edebilir miyim?
He, ben yayını başlat demeden başlamaz, sana görüntü gelecek önce. Yayın anahtarım bende ya, senin YouTube kanal şeyine, canlı yayın paneline görüntü gelecek önce. Ne var?
Our esteemed guests, welcome to the 14th International Exergy, Energy and Environment Symposium. Special thanks to our honorary chair and rector of Piri Reis Üniversitesi, Professor Nafızarıca, our founding chair, Professor İbrahim Dinçer, and our symposium chair, Professor Mehmet Ziya Söğüt, and to the protocol for gracing us with your presence and support. Thank you to all distinguished guests, researchers and participants for joining us today. This symposium serves as a platform to address challenges and explore opportunities in sustainable energy. At this symposium, we will engage, collaborate, and pave the way for a brighter, more energy-efficient future. Before we begin our program, I have the honor of inviting our esteemed guests to observe a moment of silence in memory of 12 martyrs who recently lost their lives. Now I invite our guests to watch our school's introduction video.
As the first and only university specialized in maritime in Turkey, Piri Reis Üniversitesi is hosted by Istanbul, where the crossroads of cultures meet. It is founded in 2008 by the Chamber of Shipping with approximately 11,000 members and the Turkish Maritime Education Foundation. Piri Reis Üniversitesi aspires to be one of the best maritime research and technology universities in the world now, contributing to the society by engaging with regional, national, and global partners. Its campus is Turkey's first environment-friendly, internationally accredited, green campus and situated in Tuzla. With 4 faculties, Faculty of Maritime, Faculty of Economics and Administrative Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Law, 1 Maritime Higher Vocational School, 1 Institute Graduate Studies, and 1 English Rep School, Piri Reis University holds a prominent position not only in the academic realm, but also in the maritime industry. With its location near important innovation centers such as Gebze Technopark and Istanbul Technopark, Piri Reis University offers an education opportunity intertwined with the industry and focus on R&D, production, advancement, and opens the way for quality employment in the maritime sector. Piri Reis University students can showcase their projects in their respective fields on international platforms and participate in competitions to achieve success. The 5th largest in the world and the 2nd largest in Europe, Piri Reis University owns a variety of technologically advanced simulators. In addition to that, the Storm Scenario Training Pool and Fire Drill Unit provide hands-on training opportunities. Piri Reis University students have access to many facilities on the campus. They can socialize with friends on the beachfront, engage in sportive activities, dance and play, advance their knowledge with expansive library resources. Join us to be part of a community that can create a sustainable world and compete internationally with a quality education and real-life experience.
And now I'm honored to introduce our symposium chair for today's event's opening speech. Please welcome Professor Mehmet Ziya Söğüt.
Dear guests, Piri Reis Üniversitesi is a maritime university that values change and studies maritime and the scientific goals in all its structure. Welcome to Piri Reis University. Thank you very much for your participation in the 14th International Exergy Energy and Environmental Symposium and exhibitions of the green energy technologies for shipping. We are honored to organize this event. First of all, I would like to thank those who support us in the presenting this event. I would like to appreciate for keen regards to Turkish Maritime Education Foundations, to Mr. Tamer Kıran, President of the Chamber of the Shipping and Chairman of the Board of the Trusted, to Rector Professor Nafiz Arıca, funded and supported this valuable symposium to Professor İbrahim Dinçer, to the respectable keynotes and invited speakers, to all the participants who participated in our events and sent paper and supported us, to the staff and our colleagues colleagues of Piri Reis University and our students. I would also like to thank who constantly support us in the symposium and similar events. Türk Lloyd'u and Honor Chairman Professor Oral Erdoğan, to the Turkish Shipbuilding Manufacturer Associations and its Honor President Murat Kıran, to Tuzla Mayor Dr. Şadi Yazıcı, to MR EVD Company, to Anadolu Bank and the Turkish Airline. International Exergy Energy and Environmental Symposium targeted a wide range of participants, including academic and sectoral stakeholders. 236 papers from the more than 20 countries come to the symposium. An intensive and effective program has been developed, including 40 technical sessions and 29 law presentations. All papers in the program will be developed in the SEI journals or as edited books of Springer, depending on the evaluation of the scientific committee. Exhibitions of the green energy technologies for shipping is planned as a very comprehensive effort aiming to bring together sectoral stakeholders with academic and researchers. Our supporters were instrumental in the birth of the EGE 23, which was initiated with the strong support of the Chamber of the Shipping, and who do not leave us alone today. I would like to express my special thanks to Turkish Lloyd'u, İzmir, STM, Sea Power, Oceanist, Marka, Betemco, Remeka Marine, Hydroworks, Ediplatz, Atomar, PRT Engineering, Yalova Shipyards, Yak Diesel, Sanmar, Artı Shippings, Vizyon Industry, Belkin Engineering, Butekom, Alfa TMS Group, AVS, İSAŞ, BMA Technology, Hydrogen Technology Associations, Tekmer Center of the Tuzla Municipality, and GMO. Thank you all again for your participation and support. Dear guests, I would like to invite the Rector of Piri Reis University, Professor Nafiz Arıca, for his opening speech. Dear Professor Arıca, the stage is yours.
Ben de öğrenci buraya topladım.
Esteemed guests, distinguished scholars, industry leaders, and participants, good morning. I'm saying good morning, but it's not a good day for our nation. We have martyrs. First of all, I wish mercy to our soldiers who were martyred last weekend. May their souls rest in peace. I also wish our injured soldiers a quick recovery. We are so sorry for our losses. Okay, let me start my welcome speech. It is my honor to welcome you all to Piri Reis University for the International Exergy, Energy and Environment Symposium, which overlaps with the International Green Energy Technologies Exhibition. In this event, we gather to explore the frontiers of knowledge and forge pathways toward a sustainable future. This symposium stands as a testament to our engagement to fostering intellectual exchange and advancing discourse on sustainable energy. I'm sure this meeting will become a melting pot for the brightest minds, a melting pot of ideas, innovation, and collaboration. The latest achievements in the area of energy indicate the need to perform a radical change. All real sectors have seen the discourse shift towards practical and implementable solutions. What is more, renewable energy sources, energy efficiency, and environmentally friendly alternatives are no longer just a matter of academic studies. Further, the relation between global warming and maritime sector is a vital issue for discussion. We must understand that any type of maritime activity affects the environment we live in. Therefore, we as the academia should endeavor to find appropriate, reasonable approach. Piri Reis University is at the forefront of these efforts with the goal of excellence in research and innovation. Our researchers are actively involved in pioneering projects that harness the power of energy, discover new energy solutions, and examine the complex relationship between energy, environment, and shipping. The Green Energy Technologies exhibition, on the other hand, is a showcase of advanced technologies that embodies our collective quest for a sustainable future. As you explore the exhibits, I encourage you to visualize the impact these innovations will have on reshaping our energy landscape. In the following days, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration, open dialogue, and shared responsibility as we embark on this journey together. Thanks to the collective efforts of academia, industry, and policymakers, we will pave the way for a brighter and more sustainable future. Thank you for your presence in advancing the cause of sustainable energy and environmental stewardship. And my special thanks to Professor Ziya Söğüt and his team. They worked a lot in organizing this symposium and exhibition, and I appreciate their efforts. Finally, I would like to say welcome once again to Piri Reis University, the Center of Knowledge, Innovation and Progress. We hope that the symposium and the exhibition will shed light on our future. Thank you very much.
We thank our esteemed rector, Professor Nafiz Arca, for his speech and bid him farewell applause as he takes his leave. We also thank our district governor, Ümit Hüseyin Güney, for his attendees. For our first keynote talks, it is a great honor that I introduce our distinguished session chair and keynote speaker, Professor Yunus Çengel. Professor Çengel holds the esteemed title of Professor Emeritus at the University of Nevada, Reno, USA, marking a career deeply rooted in academia and scholarship. Having earned his PhD in mechanical engineering from North Carolina State University, Professor Çengel dedicated nearly 4 decades to the University of Nevada, Reno, where he served as a faculty member since 1984. His contributions have been exemplary, notably as a director of the Industrial Assessment Center and as a consultant specializing in energy efficiency, renewable energy, and energy policies. Beyond his academic achievements, Professor Çengel's impact resonates through his authorship and co-authorship of several widely acclaimed engineering textbooks. Works such as Thermodynamics and Engineering Approach, Heat and Mass Transfer Fundamentals and Applications, and Fluid Mechanics, Fundamentals and Applications, published by McGraw-Hill, have shaped the educational landscape and continue to inspire countless students worldwide. Please join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to Professor Yunus Çengel as he graces our stage to deliver the opening address.
Thank you very much for the introduction and also the invitation to this symposium. And first I would like to thank Piri Reis Üniversitesi for its continued support for the energy, exergy and environment teams. Last year we were again here, and I think the university is a great host for such activities. And they make us feel very welcome here, so I thank you for that. And I also thank for the attendees here. There is a large group I can see. And in this first keynote session, we will have 2 speakers. And the first one is, of course, the one and only Professor İbrahim Dinçer, the founding chair of this symposium here. And he will discuss the relation between energy, exergy, and environment. We know, at least we know what energy is and environment is, but that missing ingredient, exergy, it makes all the difference. And Professor Dinçer will skillfully show that to all of us. And then Professor Mihri Özkan from University of California, Riverside, show a nice application on carbon recapture, carbon dioxide, using aviation as an industry. Although we don't think much of it, aviation also contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. So in this first keynote session here, we will have a chance to see the fundamentals and the applications. And with that, I would like to invite our keynote speakers, Professor İbrahim Dinçer, and then perhaps let me see. You can have a better view from there, and then after this presentation, I can invite you, Professor Özkan.
where I can highlight the importance of exergy. And really, we of course first start with the definition of thermodynamics. This is always very common. And in several books, of course, everybody sees that as the science of energy and entropy, but technically it is really the science of energy and exergy. So energy is coming from the first law of thermodynamics, and then exergy is coming from the second law of thermodynamics. What makes it very unique, especially when it comes to design, analysis, assessment, and improvement. So really, those are becoming critical subjects. So to look at it further, in thermodynamics, of course, we do have these 4 laws, as you see, first, second, and zeroth, and third. So the first and second are like constitutional type laws, and we do have zeroth and third law, which are like more policy type or guiding the policy. So really these are becoming very important, especially when we deal with energy systems. So taking it further to be able to highlight the importance of energy quality, which will take us really into exergy. If you look at the energy quality, let's say you may consider a certain amount of energy quantity, and when you look at, of course, different types of or heat and warmth, this is liquid water, superheated vapor, heat, electrical, mechanical works. What you see, and you see that the quality increases. And more importantly, this is clearly telling you, of course, energy quality is important. So if you take, for example, 100 kilojoule of energy from each, energetically they are going to be the same, exergetically they are going to be different. So then how to distinguish this quality? And this is one example here. And if you look at here, of course, what you see, you have a snowman, and its temperature, let's say, -10, and outside temperature is -10 as well. So there will be no heat transfer, so it's not gonna melt. But what if the temperature surroundings temperature increases? What will happen? It's gonna melt down. Just like after having, of course, exergy destruction or exergy losses, accordingly, what makes it really melting down. The definitions, of course, will be very important. There are various definitions about exergy when you go and check various books, including Professor Chengel's book, Maximum Available Work, Availability, Useful Energy, Quality of Energy, Maximum Obtainable Work, and so on and so forth. So you see, you find always this. So what we do, of course, we go further to really introduce this as a true measure of quality, an accurate representation of actual, which is going to be irreversible, system behavior, and then also a key performance indicator. So the key what we do with this, when it comes to exergy analysis, so in exergy analysis, when you look at what tools we have got, when you look at it thermodynamically, you would have, under the second law of thermodynamics, you have entropy and you have exergy. So the way, of course, we get into by using exergy, where we have, of course, really exergy destructions, exergy losses, and exergy efficiency becoming really critical subjects to develop. And that's why we can do it by writing exergy balance equations, and then also, of course, defining exergy efficiencies or other exergy-related performance criteria. This is something to be able to see when you go to the doctor. They check, of course, whether or not you breathe normally. This is exactly what we do if we use only energy analysis. But what we do with exergy, really getting into and to be able to really understand what is going on within the system. And this is something to make really this kind of close connection And more importantly, we always talk about energy conservation. And of course, what you do, if you look at the first of all thermodynamics, which is about conservation law, which is telling you energy is neither created nor destroyed. And if you consider the first of all thermodynamics this way, so it is going to be really utterly meaningless to be able to talk about energy conservation. It is technically about exergy conservation. we really need to develop the systems accordingly to be able to cover the needs. So under 3S, it is really critical to understand and design energy ecosystem this way. We also need to look at the history of fuels. Humankind started with wood, later by industrial revolution, of course with coal, later oil, natural gas, and what you see here, carbon-hydrogen ratio is decreasing. And ultimately it is addressing what? Hydrogen. And this is really leading us to carbon-free society. And the question, hydrogen, okay, what for? Hydrogen is going to be used as a fuel, as an energy carrier, and more importantly, as a feedstock. Imagine tomorrow, if you don't have fossil fuels, how to synthesize all these fuels and chemicals by having this hydrogen and also carbon sources, primarily bio, and to be able to synthesize all these alternative fuels and chemicals. And to look at this, and that's why when I made this during the pandemic time, especially in early days, I made it a kind of a turning point. Turning point, closing the carbon age, but opening hydrogen age. So, technically we are in hydrogen age. And also I really emphasize this. This is something very important. To look at it, to be able to understand the history and build the future right. And what you see here, over the, of course, after the Second World War, we had the labor-intensive era, and then later by 70s, skill-intensive era, by 80s, capital-intensive era, by 90s, technology-intensive era, by 2000, innovation-intensive era, by 2010, digital-intensive era, and by 2020, it is really hydrogen-intensive era. So that's why when we look at this, and the hydrogen is going to require ultimately innovation, technology, and digitalization. So coming back to this, and really as a country, and we need to really take all these four into consideration. Technology, innovation, digitalization, and hydrogenization. And that's why I made a paper on this, recently published in past May, and this is about hydrogen 1.0. Everybody is familiar with Industry 4.0, which is coming from Germany, and then also we have Society 5.0 by Japan. And technically what you do, we are in the hydrogen 1.0. And that's why we need to build around. And also at the same time, there are different color codes and really emphasized by people. Hydrogen in different color. So what you do, and this is, I put some here, but right now when you go out, you see 18 different colors. Really assigned to hydrogen. And I see it meaningless. Why meaningless? You look at this. You do the life cycle assessment and you see what is clean, what is not. And what you see here, of course, producing the hydrogen out of fossil fuels will not make it clean. So the clean options will be out of renewables and nickel. So to be able to disassociate water into hydrogen and oxygen. And that's why I like to make my point by saying that, and this is going to be very critical to look at here, to bring renewables, nuclear together with hydrogen and really develop the energy ecosystem. And also, by the way, this is something we need to keep in mind. And hydrogen is something, really, when you look at it, the source of energy for the universe. Why? And look over here what the sun does. And sun is really treated as a gigantic hydrogen ball. And what happens? We have hydrogen there. Look at it, deuterium and tritium. And these are really hydrogen isotopes. And then what happens? Nuclear fusion. And then what we end up with? Neutron, one neutron, and helium. So obviously, huge amount of energy is released. So technically, you see, hydrogen and nuclear are there. What makes really the heat for this universe? And in Oshawa, we developed, of course, a work, and this was about hydrogen hub development. Hub development is very critical. And probably so far I haven't seen any in the marine sector. Probably Piri Reis University can take the lead to develop hydrogen hub. And this is something very timely and very essential. And what we do in this particular case, we consider this 3S approach and also sources specifically for Oshawa. Nuclear and renewables accordingly, and consider the systems and technologies developed by us at the university, and to be able to really produce hydrogen and supply to respective industries. And primarily transportation, and we made it really specific to look at it, of course, province-wide, and this is just one regional map. And really to be able to see how to cover really this particular need. At the same time, I was asked by the ministry to look at the hydrogen sector development. And this is something very important, and especially to look at the challenges, opportunities, and future direction. And this was something very essential. We did it to look at it in terms of production pathways, storage and distribution, utilization, and also to be able to define associated challenges. And all, of course, considered, studied extensively, and multiple reports were prepared, and also at the same time, we made the road maps. Road maps for a near, mid, and long term. This is something always very essential to prepare and then move accordingly. Also, we were asked, I was asked technically to study job creation, economically very important. How many jobs will be created? And this is something we made it, of course, province-wide for every province to be able to see how many jobs potentially will be created. And at the same time, as mentioned, near-term, mid-term, and long-term goals accordingly, and making the, of course, nationwide the key target to achieve net zero economy by 2050. Which is 2053 for Turkey. At the same time, to look at the following, and system integration is going to be very critical. Why? And these days, everything is getting integrated, more integrated. You have your cell phone, and you see many apps and integrated. Many services are integrated, and the key, why not doing the same for energy systems? So this will bring integration, combination, and of course hybridization into the picture. And accordingly, of course, why system integration? And system integration is expected to provide increased efficiency, improved effectiveness, reduce cost, reduce environmental impact, synchronized operation, improved management, increased resilience, and increased lifetime. So when you look at it overall, these are going to be our key objectives in really developing integrated energy systems. And is this something not done? Yeah, food industry is doing it. You see here in food industry, 3 in 1, 5 in 1, even 10 in 1. So why not considering and developing energy systems with the same mentality? And that's why we have our responsibility as engineers to do so. We need to be, of course, turning energy, conventional energy systems into sustainable energy systems. This is something very important, and we have been doing it, and this is going to be, of course, as you see here, using fossil fuels heavily, but we want to turn into renewables, where we can achieve multiple useful outputs in a greener, of course, more sustainable manner. So this is also going to lead us to, when you have a process or system with the same input, to be able to produce multiple useful outputs. So what will happen? Efficiency will be improved. Also to look at this, and when you look at the evolution of energy systems, you see primitive systems, later single generation, now we have cogeneration. People go out and proudly present. Is this sufficient? No. We need tri-generation and we need integrated energy systems for multi-generation. So really in our book we have many systems and applications considered. And also, of course, what steps to consider. This is something we need to really pay attention to. Identify the sources available locally. Determine the needs, of course, useful outputs accordingly. Design the system in a conceptually correct manner. Incorporate the storage options as needed. And accordingly manage the useful output. So these are becoming very important. In my lab, we have been developing integrated energy systems for various applications, from hydrogen production using copper chlorine cycle to photoelectrochemical reactors, and also, of course, having different types of hydrogen production method, such as aluminum and water chemical reaction, and also, of course, ammonia fuel cells and fuel cell stocks, and also, of course, integrated energy systems for various communities. And also, this is something we have been building and testing in the lab, and these are just some quick examples in terms of electrodes. We do print them and really test them accordingly. Also, more recently, we have gone into biohydrogen production, and this is, as you see here, we made it a kind of integrated one. What we do here, we have the electrolysis cell, as we can produce electricity. We have desalination cell, where we can, of course, produce fresh water, and finally, through dark fermentation, we are able to produce hydrogen in an integrated fashion. And this is something very important to look at this. The critical storage technologies. We have compressed air storage and hydrogen storage. So first time in the literature, we made this development in a way, why not really synchronizing hydrogen storage and compressed air storage and benefiting from accordingly and simultaneously, where we do, let's say, charging on one side, we do discharging on the other side. When we do discharging on this side, we do charging on the other side. So benefiting from the this synchronized operation for two different applications. We have the integrated copper chlorine cycle in the lab. We are now improving it and rebuilding it accordingly. This is something at the same time getting into integrated energy systems. Integrated energy systems where we have multiple subsystems. As you see here, this is a solar subsystem where we have storage, of course, hot and cold storage options. At the same time, we do have copper chlorine cycle in an integrated fashion. We do have, of course, a steam turbine cycle. At the same time, absorption cooling system being integrated as seen. And this is the one system. Similarly, another system, this time with a supercritical water reactor, nuclear water reactor, and we have the hydrogen production cycle and the absorption as well. So, doing another example where we have, of course, another system, which is system 3, to be able to cover them with a combined cycle. So really, what we do at the same time, when we analyze the systems, we do this. This is something very important. Always we do Aspen Plus simulations, where we can really study every subsystem, whether or not this is something conceptually correct, whether or not this is designed in a conceptually correct manner. Doing cost analysis, exergy analysis, and life cycle assessment. And this will take us to exergo-economic analysis and exergo-environmental analysis, and also at the same time, leading to multi-objective optimization. You know, by defining objective functions and constraints accordingly. And then, of course, doing the optimization and really going through every single system. So this is the way, and after doing this multi-objective optimization, taking it one more step ahead to be able to include exergetic-based life cycle assessment. These are just some quick stuff, and without spending much time on these are making the simulations, writing the equations, studying them at the same time. So I like to pass these, and these are, you know, really doing a comprehensive study. At the same time, I like to mention that we have been developing integrated energy systems. This is one example, and this is really designed for island communities. As you see here, solar based, and then including copper chlorine cycle, power generation, of course having the fuel cell subsystems, including desalination to be able to cover the needs. And also more importantly, as you see here, addressing the sustainable development goals. Another system for Sayılan First Nation community, Kızılderili community. So what we do basically in here, to look at this particular system where we have this hybridization with a nuclear reactor, conduit type, and then at the same time solar, really making this hybridization and to be able to cover the needs for the community. Similarly in Nunavut territory, and we made this. This is something, of course, we do for this territory, and to be able to cover the needs. Similarly, another study, we have been doing them. So the point I'm going to be finalizing in a minute, and the integrated energy solutions will be very important. Integrated energy solutions will take us to integrated exergy solutions, and as you see here, exergy is the first step. And then what you do, you can go to next step where you can incorporate cost accounting, what will make it exergo-economics, and then including the environmental impact, sustainability, LCA, life cycle assessment and sustainability, industrial ecology, even AI, build into these and to be able to provide integrated exergy-based solutions. And also, of course, we have been developing integrated sustainability indicators, And as you see here, of course, considering various criteria, from efficiencies all the way down to, let's say, environmental impact criteria. And under this efficiency, we do have energy and exergy efficiencies simultaneously playing key role. And then also developing this, as you see here, applying to various systems, and this is something we have been doing it effectively. And also more recently, we have considered to expand and make it for the cities. And interestingly, we did one comprehensive study. One of my PhD students did it and considered eight domains, as you see here: smart environment, smart economy, smart society, smart governance, smart energy, smart infrastructure, smart transportation, and also pandemic resilience. And then in every domain, we had 4 groups to consider and making it 32 groups to analyze. So we looked at overall many cities, of course including Istanbul, and really ranked them to be able to see how well they are doing in these 32 categories. So, and as you see, the ranking, and of course, when you have, and these are going to be really the best. The green ones giving you the idea in terms of what countries or what cities are doing the best. And finally, I like to close by saying that, and thermodynamics will be very critical. And that will bring exergy into what we do in system design, analysis, assessment, and improvement, which is exergy. And we should keep in mind research, innovation, and commercialization is really critical for technological success. And then next, innovative energy solutions, which will take us to integrated energy systems for better sustainability. Mr. Chair, I stop here and entertain any questions, if any.
Thank you very much, Professor Dinçer. It was, I think, a very rich and comprehensive presentation. So we appreciate that, and I think your use of time was excellent. 44 minutes of the 45. So we have a few minutes, I'll give a few minutes for question and answer session here. But let me first express my take from your presentation. You made many valuable points, but what is most striking is the output-based point. That is, we should judge things on the basis of the benefit they provide. And for example, we do research, spend a lot of money. We can say that, oh, I did so many papers and then so many grants, whatever, fine, but they are inputs. What is the result? What did you accomplish? Okay, I did so many papers, fine, but papers don't do anything. Okay, I got so many patents. Oh, excellent. Patents don't do anything. Okay, they are licensed. Oh, great, but nothing. Oh, we did a prototype. Ah, nice. Okay, what is the final point? Commercialization. As Professor Dinçer already emphasized, if the commercialization is not there, it is a zero factor. The whole thing becomes back to zero. That is, we don't have benefit at the end. And let me give you one example before I open the floor to questions. In 1970s, a refrigerator was using about 1,800 kilowatt hours per year. And in year 2000, as a result of innovations in refrigeration technology, the number went down to 450 kilowatt hours. And the end result was 60 coal power plants, 500 megawatt each, would not be needed. That is, innovation in refrigeration technologies eliminated the need for 60 large coal power plants, which is equivalent to about 30 nuclear power plants there. And of course, the benefit is shared by the people and also by the environment. Again, the output based. Okay, with that remark, do we have any questions for Professor Dinçer? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Let's have the mic.
Okay, thank you very much. It is all my great pleasure being here and listening to your speech, Father of Exergy, I think. Now I have two questions. One, do we need to discard entropy? What happens to entropy? I think it is just the starting point of your analysis with the definition of exergy, but it is important. Do we need to eliminate the laws of thermodynamics by looking at from the new looking side, from your point of view? I think it is a necessity. This is first question. I think you say a lot of things on it. The second question, do we still have a look at from Newtonian mechanics? What happens to quantum mechanics?
All right.
It is very important, I think, and...
I got your questions. The first one is about entropy. Are we really ignoring entropy? No. No. Why? When we write the balance equations, and I have shown there, thermodynamically, when it comes to analysis of the systems, we need to write those balance equations for mass, energy, entropy, and exergy. Why exergy is going to be taken out? Because of the fact that you need to compare with energy. Now, when you look at energy and entropy, they don't have the same units. They don't have the same currencies. So you cannot compare them. So what you need for comparison, you need something else, and that something else is exergy. Second point to address that is exergy efficiency. We don't have entropy efficiency. There is no such a concept in thermodynamics. So that's why what we do, we take it one step ahead to really define both energy efficiency and exergy efficiency and compare them accordingly. However, we do have entropy generation term playing also a role in exergy destruction. So it is not, they are actually hand to hand. Second, quantum mechanics. Yes, quantum mechanics is a bit different. You know, we don't really, as engineers, we don't deal with that. But what we do, we you know, as an engineer, I have been dealing with quantum mechanics, especially in the form of quantum efficiency for our electrochemical processes. You know, when we have this, and we have the photonic science playing a role, and that's why we take it into consideration. But this is really going beyond, more into physics to deal or tackle with.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Professor Arif.
Arif Abbasi from Yaşar University. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. You already talked about energetic diet. Energetic diet in your presentation. I have seen a slide related to energetic diet. But let's say I wish to go on an exergetic diet, not energetic diet, exergetic diet. What do you think about exergetic diet? What are your recommendations?
Exergetic?
Diet.
Diet. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right. I got it.
You indicated a picture including energetic diet.
Thank you. You know, when I was finalizing the slides last night, I was thinking, shall I change it to exergy diet or exergetic diet? So I said to myself, it may not be easy for people to digest. So let me make it this time on energy, but hopefully next time on exergy. So definitely you can define it that way, but I was thinking last night whether I make it into exergy diet or keep it as energy diet. So decided to keep it for the time being energy diet. Anyway, but later of course I took it into exergy, where really I emphasize the quality.
Okay, thank you very much. We cannot take any more questions, but Professor Dinçer is here, so you can grab him at the hall while he is drinking coffee. Thank you. Okay, our next keynote speaker is Professor Piri Reis, and she will talk about, are you ready for this? How to turn the skies from blue to green. That is, how can we have green skies? Of course, it's a metaphor. The sky will not turn to green, but it will be green sky while remaining blue. And she will do it. She will do it by examining the aviation fuel usage, which is mostly hydrocarbons, and she will tell us how to turn the dirty skies into clean, green skies. Okay, Professor Reis. Beni duyabiliyor musunuz? Öncelikle organizatörlere ve bu güzel eventi sponsor eden sponsorlara teşekkür etmek istiyorum. I'm going to go back to English, and my thanks was in Turkish. So I'm a faculty member in the Department of Electrical and Computer Science in University of California, Riverside, and since 2015, University of California, we have 10 campuses, and then our president's office in Oakland. I've been elected, based on my research and activities and all that, as the Climate Action Champion Professor. And since then, I've been doing a lot of work, organizing events, symposiums, and also my research is focusing on both in carbon capture
and at the same time lithium-ion batteries for applications in electrical vehicles and also for smart grid applications. And I believe later today, Professor Cengiz, we divided the talks, so he's going to talk about the battery research, and now I am going to focus on more on the carbon capture side. And one of my hobbies is making cartoons, and I decided to use my cartoons in my presentations and also in my publications, and you will be seeing some of those. And of course, the first thing is, why we are talking about carbon capture, why do we care? So what you see is a video taken by NASA from space, and all that brown clouds that you are seeing is carbon dioxide emission. So here it just, I don't know if you can see this clearly, but shows the months, January, February, and all the way to December throughout the year. And on the northern hemisphere, as you can see, during the winter time, you see how much carbon dioxide is being emitted. And then it's going to be a winter time for the second half of the year in the southern hemisphere. So you'll be seeing a lot of carbon dioxide actually will be emitted also in the southern hemisphere. So what does this mean? So the greenhouse gas emission, what we are talking about, is trapping the sunlight, because this carbon dioxide becoming a blanket, as you can see, covering the entire globe, and it is trapping the sunlight. And this sunlight is simply being heating continuously the Earth's surface. And that's why we are having a super hot summer, right? And then unusual, record temperatures everywhere globally. So the reason is this carbon dioxide emission. So how far this can go? Is there something we all have to do and care about this emission? And if we are going to continue with the same, business as usual, don't care and then continue emitting and don't take any precautions and capture and so on. And this is what the line shows. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with Paris Agreement. And there is some certain temperatures, 1.5, 2 degrees centigrade, and 2.5, and so on. And 1.5 is the first, basically, barrier that we are seeing in the Paris Agreement, that the things will start going south. So, which means, the humanity will be seeing much hotter summers, and then maybe no snow in some places, like extreme weather conditions, and then flooding and so on. So these climate change is going to be enhancing, and then it will be even eventually become very difficult to live through for humans and also for any living things. So this is what it shows. If we don't do anything, and this is like August 2023, and by December 2034, we'll be already at 1.5 degrees C. So then, can we go back? So there is usually no way to go back, and then take some lessons and then implementing some things like carbon capture or using renewable energy sources and so on. So now we need to start thinking ahead of time to prevent that. And let's look at the history of our world. And our world is quite old, and throughout the time it went through both hot zones and the cold zones. And so what you see here is the greenhouse state, which is hot zones, and then the blues are the ice ages. And if we look at today, we are still, believe it or not, even though like hot summers we are experiencing, we are still in the ice age. But how fast from this ice age we are going to exit and towards the hot zone is depending on the carbon emissions that we have. So this can happen in a year, or a couple of years, or in 10 years, or 100 years. So I guess we need to look at, what are the sources of this carbon dioxide emission, right? So let's look at it globally. So this is the global data that shows till today is which sectors are most carbon emitting sectors. And electricity and the heat worldwide is the highest, and then transportation is the second, manufacturing and construction is the third, buildings, industry, and so on. So this is the general look worldwide. Let's look at in United States. In United States, similar, electricity and heat is the highest, transportation, building, and manufacturing. What we see here is in US, this trend is start going down. That means that United States is doing something right that is eliminating carbon dioxide emissions, and as compared to, if you look at this, it's going upwards, right, worldwide. So we need to learn from United States what they are doing right. How about in Turkey? In Turkey, electricity and heat is also the highest. Transportation is the second, manufacturing, buildings, industry, and other fuel combustions. And Turkey also started seeing like some drop in the carbon dioxide emission, which is great. And this is simply by introducing the renewable sources like solar and wind, across the country, making an impact. So Turkey is in the right track in that regard, in the electricity and then the heat. The transportation, I don't know, maybe diesel or some other like low carbon fuels and EVs I have seen, but not as much in the US. But as you can see, the buildings, industry, they are still in the rise, so those are some things to watch. If you look at the International Energy Agency's data, what powered the world last year, and so 36% of the energy came from coal, and natural gas provided 22%, hydropower 16, nuclear 10, 7 from wind, and 4 from solar. And if you look at here, the 84% was from the non-renewables, and only 16% was from the renewables. So what does this tell us is that we need to, turn this around. So we should have, 84 of renewables and maybe 16 non-renewables. So we have a way to go. And how about the contribution of the transportation? Of course, with the EVs, right, electrical vehicles, so this is something that people are trying to achieve, have zero emission cars. And if we look at the road vehicles, actually, regular cars that we are using, that's about 72% of the total emission. And this is following the aviation, which is about 11%. And then maybe the Piri Reis University as a marine university, they really want to know the shipping is overall is about 5%. And the railroad is about 2% contribution of carbon dioxide. So there are near-term milestones and long-term targets that has been placed, and we have this roadmap, and this roadmap includes low-carbon hydrogen. So this is the good news for Ibrahim Hoca. and for using the electrolyzers and also carbon capture, so all the way to 2050. So industry, so let's look at the industry. So where the carbon dioxide is coming from and how much is coming from each industry. The power plants is one of the major ones that people are trying to avoid, right? The coal plants. And then about exhaust has about 10 to 15% carbon dioxide. And the cement plants has about 20 to 30% carbon dioxide in their exhaust, and steel plants 20 to 25, and hydrogen plants has about 15 to 20%. And this carbon capture is pretty much, the technology is difficult when the amount of carbon that you are trying to capture becomes less, right? So it's like a needle in a haystack. You try to find that particular needle and capture that instead of like collecting the entire basically hay. And so that's why if you look at the cost of carbon capture, so anywhere from $40 to $120, 50 to 100, 60 to 200, 40 and 100 per ton of carbon dioxide capture. But if you try to capture this from the atmosphere, so we saw the NASA movie, right? That carbon dioxide is in the atmosphere, turning around the world. So if we want to capture that carbon dioxide, so the concentration in the atmosphere is much less. So that's simply about 400 parts per million carbon dioxide. So that's why I said like a needle in a haystack. So you try to capture that, and that technology is, basically commercialized today, and it is called direct air capture. And I'm going to talk about all the details of this direct air capture technology with you. So the COP28 was in Dubai, and direct air capture, which I'm going to call from now on as DAC in short. DAC was one of the discussion points as future, climate actions. And what they have seen is that, so they said the targets for carbon dioxide removal through DAC, they would like to have 85 million metric tons by the end of the decade, and increasing this to 980 million tons by 2050 to be captured from the atmosphere. But at the same time, even though there are like 18 to 19 plants already operational that capturing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, there are still some debates that is continuing whether this is a good way to do for decarbonization, trying to capture carbon dioxide. So my presentation from now on will be going in detail about the technology and then talking about the cost analysis, life cycle analysis, and then you'll make the decision whether this is the way to go or not. There are several, carbon removal technologies, negative emission technologies available. Some of them, are nature-based solutions, and some of them are enhanced natural processes, and some of them are technology-based solutions. And so these are familiar with you, some restoration of the coastal, marine, and habitats, and land management, and then adding more forest and renewing the forest, and also using biochar additional to soil and all that to enhance the carbon dioxide emissions. So these are some of the techniques. Direct air capture is a technology based, and we're going to see why. And this is the scenario today, and it's the most expensive way of capturing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So it's the most expensive decarbonization method that we can use as compared to the other, nature-based and other methods. This is a multi-scale nature of technology. So there is a material that you need to develop to capture carbon dioxide specifically from the atmosphere, not any other gas. And then you need to have a very efficient, mass heat transfer and pressure drop controlled contactors that collects the atmosphere. And then you need to repeat these units into module and establish a plant. So each step has issues and things to develop. So what are the technical challenges for that? The energy requirement. So it requires an extensive energy and also heat. And the plant cannot be turned off, like working during the day and turning off during the night, right? So it doesn't do that. It has to work 24/7. So that's why you need a continuous energy. So that means you need a continuous energy source to power the plant. So that's why it just adds up to the cost. And efficiency of the carbon dioxide capture, so that simply is based on how good capture material that you have developed. And the improvement of these materials that you are using, they need to be cost effective, they need to be stable, and they need to be very selective to collect the carbon dioxide. And the technology needs to be scalable so you can capture many, many tons of carbon dioxide. Economic viability, of course, overall as a system, it has to be there. And then you need to store this carbon dioxide and try to use this as a feedstock for some applications, which I'm going to give you one at the very end of my talk. And you have to take care about the potential environmental impact of this technology and look into the regulatory and policy frameworks to make sure that the entire system operates. And in 2021, one of my publications actually talks about all this. And if you would like to know more, so I would like to refer you to look at this. This was published in MRS, Energy and Sustainability. And so it will give you a lot of details about the status at the time of this technology. And our second work, which mainly discusses about the cost analysis and life cycle analysis of direct air capture technology, was published in iScience in 2022, and we discuss about each pillars of this technology: capture technology, energy demand, cost, environmental impact, and political support. And so these are important, parameters, which I am not going to go in detail too much. So I will refer you to look at the iScience publication. So today's date, we have about 130 DAC plans, and some of them are commissioned and some of them under development. And so about 18 of them are completed. And till today, they removed about 11,000 tons of carbon dioxide annually. There are two newly announced plants. These are big giant plants in the United States. One is with the Occidental Petroleum together with the carbon engineering and using their liquid technology. 1 million tons of carbon dioxide is aimed to be captured. And the Louisiana plant, which is 1 million tons of carbon annually, working together with the Kleinworks and the Heirloom, two major companies. And they also would like to capture, million scale of carbon dioxide. And our publication was quite instrumental to JP Morgan in their 2023 report. And so they used our publication and referenced it. Similarly to S&P Global, when they were preparing their report, they also used our iScience studies. So whether this technology is scalable, whether we can have literally, as you have seen the examples, a 1,000,000-ton scale or 10 million ton scale capacity of the carbon dioxide capture, together with the thought leaders, we had a discussion and then a publication about this. And these thought leaders, if you look at it, the Carlos was the CEO, so that's Carlos, and CEO of the Climeworks. And Marcia Magnat, she is the president of United States National Academy of Sciences. And myself, and then Ella is the CEO of Carbfix, so this is for the storage, carbon dioxide storage. And the president of National Academy of Inventors. And then also Jennifer Wilcox in the US Department of Energy. So you are welcome to go and look at the Cam Voices article to see their individual opinions, whether this technology is scalable or not. So we need to really pay attention to the very first step. If the very first step is the material. If you don't have a winner material, then you can't do the rest, right? So that's why a lot of effort is put into the material development. And so that's why we also look into the material development and see like what has been developed so far worldwide. And our publication in CAM, actually, it goes through all different types of carbon capture materials, their pros and cons, and we made also a special issue in Materials Resource Society's bulletin. So I was the lead special issue editor, guest editor, together with my colleague from ORL, Raju. And you are welcome to look at that as well. So we look at the cost aspect of these materials, energy use, stability, performance, and selectivity. As you can see, there's a long list of types of materials that you can pick from the library to do carbon capture. So you have to pay attention to pros and cons for each material system. And two major companies, the Carbon Engineering and Climeworks, they use two different technologies, and they use a liquid, basically sorbent for carbon engineering, a solid sorbent for Climeworks. So I want to just talk about a little more details about, you know, if you pick the liquid versus if you pick the solid, what to expect. And the liquids can be used again and again, which is wonderful. But the solid filters get worn out over time. So that's why you have to pay attention to that. So that means adding up to the cost. And this means simply you have to be replacing them. The old one becomes a waste, and using potassium carbonate and silica and activated carbon waste incineration is the method of sorbent disposal, which means the liquid one is great because you can use it again and again and again, but you know, the waste that you provide, you have to take care of that, which adds to the cost. In our publication, we have this schematic that shows, you know, from the ambient air, it's being captured. So these are the contactors that captures the air and that passes through this liquid sorbent or solid sorbent. And then after the capturing, so you try to regenerate and then let the carbon dioxide bubble and then the store. What is the difference between these two, between the liquid and the solid? So the second step, as you can see, one needs is like height 900 degrees C. heat, and then the other one is about like 100 degrees C. So that's coming from, from a source, right? So that means heat or energy means cost. So that's why you expect that the operational cost for the liquid one is going to be expensive. I'm going to just go directly to there. And regular point source capture, which means, for example, you have this coal plant and you capture the carbon dioxide right at the source, right? So that makes sense before it just distributed into the atmosphere. If you do that, so you need about like 100 kilowatt hour per ton carbon dioxide energy, right? But if you do this DAC and collect this from the atmosphere, so you need like 10 times more energy. So what does this mean? Is you need about 300 times more contact area to capture that, because once it is diluted in the atmosphere, you have to spend a lot of energy to collect and capture. So the Climeworks and Carbon Engineering, so these are two major companies, as I mentioned, the liquids technology and solid technology. And they use around 2,000 or 3,000 kilowatt hour per ton of carbon dioxide captured. So they are energy thirsty. In our publication, we went through the individual steps for both liquid and then individual steps for the solid. And we looked at which steps are energy thirsty and or heat thirsty, and which steps are most expensive. So the current process, as I mentioned, anywhere 2,200 kilowatt hour per ton of carbon dioxide. And what does this mean? In 1 year, so you need about 120,000 terawatt of energy. And 120,000 terawatt energy is about the same amount of energy that the world uses per day. So that's something to always keep in mind, that DAC is going to be energy thirsty all the time. And heat. Heat is also another requirement for this, because for solvent regeneration and carbon dioxide desorption, so you need heat. As I said, for solid you need about 100 degrees C, and for the liquid one you need about 900 degrees C. That heat has to come from a source. That source could be a waste heat from a plant or something like that, but has to be coming from there. Otherwise, you need to create that heat from electricity or something else, and you cannot use coal for this, right? Because then you'll be emitting more carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. And for the liquid and the solid, we studied what's the distribution between the heat and electricity needs for each technology. So this is the heat requirement for the liquid, and this is the electricity requirement for the liquid, and this is the heat requirement for solid, and then this is the electricity requirement for the solid. Again, all details are in our iScience publication. So these heat sources can be coming from the external sources like natural gas burners, steam, or industrial waste heat. But 900 degrees C, it's not going to come from that. So that's why you really need real energy source to provide that 900. So that's why it is making it a little more difficult and expensive. So where that heat is going to come from? Believe it or not, people are looking into fossil fuels. I was just talking about the coal before, but now natural gas. So they want to burn natural gas and then produce that heat to basically do the regeneration step for the carbon dioxide captured. And what they do is they calculate that about 5,000 kilowatt of heat is produced every ton of carbon dioxide that is emitted. And that process is only requiring about 22 kilowatt to remove the carbon dioxide. So if you make the balancing, so they say overall we remove the carbon dioxide, so I can burn natural gas. So this is even a solution that people are considering today. And energy thirsty steps is fans, right? So the fans needs to turn continuously to collect the basically air. So they are energy thirsty, and sorbent regeneration is also energy thirsty, and carbon dioxide compression and storage is also energy thirsty. So these steps has to be improved with new, better technologies. And renewable energy sources, and that's what we have looked at in details for every kind, and solar, nuclear, wind, natural gas, and geothermal. And since we need a 24/7 continuous energy, so you have to have a storage. Without storage, wind, if there is no wind, it's not going to produce electricity, and solar is not going to work during the night, so the plant needs energy 24/7. So that's why you have to have a storage. That brings its own cost also. So that's what you are seeing here, that the solar is becoming very expensive because of the storage, wind also the similar, and the geothermal seems to be the best option. So that's why people are start thinking, building the DAC plants next to a geothermal source because of that. And that's what Climeworks did. Their Orca project is next to this geothermal plant, and so this is the picture of that. So in our paper, we also look at in details the capital cost and the operating cost for both liquid and for solid. So you can go and look at in details here that will tell you the operational cost for a liquid DAC is very high, and then the capital cost for the solid DAC is high. So that's why there are pros and cons for both technologies that you have to know and consider. So these are the forecasts that shows the current cost, 600 to 1,000 per ton of carbon dioxide, and the end of decade it's going to be expected to be 250 to 300, and in the future they're expecting to go down to 100 to 200 per ton of carbon dioxide capture. Of course, this path is only possible with new technologies, new innovations, and new commercializations, as Ibrahim Hoca mentioned in the morning. So, yet these are a lot of startups that are working on this. Either they try to improve the material side or efficiency, effectivity of each steps that I mentioned here to lower the cost. And one of them is the electrochemical DAC. And so the electrochemical DAC is using electricity and doesn't require any heat, and to basically collect the carbon dioxide. And in January, together with 4 or 5 companies, CEOs, another Voices article that will be publishing in January 11th in CHEM. If you are interested in that, so please watch out for that. It will be coming soon. And these are the projections for the electrochemical DAC cost, as you can see here, depending on the technology and then whether you are counting the storage as part of the calculation or not, so that you'll see a lot of different numbers. And advanced materials in Japan, they discovered a new novel amine solvent, which requires about 40% less energy, that people are trying to make an impact to lower the And in our recent publication in CAN, so we looked at two-dimensional materials such as called as maxenes or ambenes, and whether they can play a role in capturing carbon dioxide. So you are welcome to check this out. So this was published in 2023. And so today, who pays for DAC and who invests in this? So these are the U.S. investments, U.S. Department of Energy, and then the various, BlackRock. They actually invested like $1.2 billion and $1.1 billion in the carbon capture. And globally, BlackRock Incorporation, $550 million, and Amazon is, they didn't give the exact number, but they also invested. And the largest DAC future plant is this particular one that you see here, together with Occidental in Texas. And so they try to capture about 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year. And the original cost was $1 billion plant, but this number is keep going up for some reason.
Professor Oscar, if you can wrap that in 5 minutes?
Yeah, always. And so if you look at the atlas of the direct air capture in the United States, there are like number of hubs today. And in California, Permian Gulf, and Mid-Atlantic, Midwest, and Mid-Continent, and Rockies. These are some of the regions that building these hubs to collect carbon dioxide. Just last month, end of this last month, together with executives, CEOs of some major companies, and myself, we put together a Voices article, and we discuss about the status quo DAC projects worldwide, in the United States and worldwide, and at what level they capture carbon dioxide, and also what their future plans for developing more DAC plants. And the companies today, they are jumping into the wagon and they try to pay money to these DAC companies to offset their carbon emission. For example, Google or any companies that are using computers, supercomputers, they keep using electricity, which means that their carbon footprint is very high. To offset that, they pay money to these DAC companies to capture and offset their emission. So Microsoft, JP Morgan, Airbus, some of the companies that together with some of the oil companies, also they pay money to offset their carbon emissions worldwide. So this is one of the applications. When you capture the carbon dioxide, so what are you going to do with this carbon dioxide? Either you are going to store this permanently underground, or you are going to store this and then use that as a feedstock to do something else. And this publication is submitted and reviewed and will be published in 2024, that is talking about using this carbon dioxide as a feedstock from the DAC, and then using hydrogen, green hydrogen, as Professor Dinçer that was talking about, and putting them together to make an aviation fuel, so which is called the e-fuel. So the e-fuel is going to have basically using the feedstock of carbon dioxide and hydrogen together, and then making artificial e-fuel, and then you'll have a circulation of this carbon dioxide, so you complete that, so you are offsetting the emitted carbon dioxide from the emission continuously. So just watch out for this, expected to be published next year. And that's at the back. Yusuf Hoca is checking his watch and then trying to cut the rope so I don't talk too much. And with that, I would like to thank everyone being here and participating to this really exciting event. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Özkan. My take from this talk is that anytime we do anything like driving a car or heating our homes or even breathing, we are generating carbon dioxide and we are creating a lot of problems for people like Professor Özkan trying to get rid of that carbon dioxide there. So please don't breathe. You are generating carbon dioxide. Okay, we are out of time, so I can take 2 questions and then we will be done. Okay, Professor Akbaşlı.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's say I have tried to produce a new definition, but not a new. We are very familiar with capture efficiency. But let's say consider another efficiency, which is capture inefficiency, which is capture 100 minus capture efficiency. This is a capture and efficiency definition. And engineering is a kind of optimization art. If we can consider this issue, we are very familiar with the optimization curve. If we can decrease capture and efficiency, in other words, increasing the capture efficiency. But in this case, we need to consider capture and efficiency. If we can decrease the capture and efficiency, what happens? The price, the cost is increasing. The cost is increasing. And if we can consider the current technologies, we can reach, let's say, up to 90%, maybe 100%. We can reach, it is possible to reach. And but we can, nowadays, we can obtain 90% efficiency. What is the optimum of efficiency? You can recommend us, because we can keep at 90%, we can keep at 95%, we can keep at 99%. What is the optimum value for this efficiency? I am wondering about this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's a very good point. And in the materials development, so that's why they are coming up with a long list of different types of materials. And in the material development, the efficiency is only one of the factors, right? The cost is another one, and which is probably going hand to hand. Yes. Yes. And at the same time, the stability. There are some material classes that are extremely efficient, but they are not stable. Because you want to reuse after the capturing, after the first cycle, you want to use the material again, the capture material again and again. The stability is also as important as the efficiency. So that's why efficiency is not going to be a winner. You have to, for a winner, you have to have efficiency, stability, and low cost, all three. So that's why people are still in the lab and developing, innovating, and different groups of material. Because in the atmosphere, you have methane, you have carbon monoxide, nitrous oxides, oxygen, and so on. If you want to capture the carbon dioxide, so you need to find a material that is hungry for carbon dioxide only, highly selective. But it has to be stable for many cycles, and it has to be low cost at the same time. So all these three has to meet somewhere for some material, and it's different for different types of groups of material, and people have to look at that and decide. And so this technology is still in the early stages. There are only about 19, operational plants, and they are collecting data. And then people are still coming up with a new type of materials that has to be examined in the real operational condition. Because people develop in the lab scale, lab environment, it works perfect, but outside in the air, in the desert, and so on, it doesn't work. So it has to be tested and validated in the real life scenario.
Okay, thank you. And one more, yes. So that is the last question, and you can catch Professor Özkan at the coffee break. Yes.
It's Engin Güler from Piri Reis Üniversitesi. Thank you for your excellent presentation, first of all. My question, what are the factors that minimize the cost per unit carbon dioxide for the direct air capture? I saw in your presentation it ranks in $200 to $600 per ton carbon dioxide, which is a quite wide range. So how can we minimize the cost to 200 or less? What should be our focus point? Thank you.
Right. So this is a big debate, and people are trying to say, you know, if you scale this technology more, scaling will bring the cost down, right? So this is economist way of thinking. So if you scale up, and then the cost is going to, you know, go down automatically. So this is one way. And then some other engineers, they say, we want to make a modular system, and so that it is addable on each other, so that will help on the scalability also aspect. And so making the system modular. And then, as I mentioned, the geothermal, for example, energy, instead of using solar and storage or wind and storage, adding the cost of storages, just be next to geothermal. And for solid, for example, solid sorbents, you need only 100 degrees C for heat. And if you have a plant that has a waste heat coming from, and 100 degrees C, I think it's achievable, and you can use that waste, and then you can avoid the cost of that heat. This is not possible for the liquid one, because you need like 900 degrees C, so the waste heat is not gonna work for you. But it is literally case-by-case studies. But the location of the plant and the energy source of the plant and modularity, scalability, and of course the material is again a player here. If it is not stable, so you end up rebuying new material and then pay money for get rid of the waste, right? So that adds to the cost, operational cost. So that's why you really want to find the holy grail material where the cost and the efficiency of collection, selectivity of the collection, and at the same time stability, all together. So in every stages of, because multiple processes, right? The contactors, people are looking at how we can efficiently collect the air from the atmosphere. So people are working on the contactor side, energy efficient contactors. So each, I think, if they're going to come together, then that will probably bring the cost down. But this is going to take time because this technology is still in the baby stage.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is the end of session 1. I thank Professors Dinçer and Özkan for the excellent presentations. And I also realize we are half an hour late, but the coffee break is 30 minutes. If you want, we can make it 15 minutes. Yeah, we have 30-minute break, but we are at the end of the coffee break right now. Yeah, so 11:45. In 15 minutes, we will be meeting here. So a shorter coffee break. A photo? Oh, okay, but let's take a family picture here, right? Okay.
Excuse me?
Okay.
Sorry for the little problem, but may I be very welcome? May I kindly request all esteemed guests, researchers and participants
Burası geniş Marmara Denizi'nin tersaneler koyu. Burası Türkiye'nin en büyük tersaneler bölgesi Tuzla'da 1995 yılında kurulan hizmet kalitesi ve tecrübeli kadrosuyla Türk tersaneciliğinin gelişimine büyük katkı sağlayan sektörün yıldız firması GİSAŞ'ın evi. GİSAŞ, doğru hedefleri, istikrarlı büyümeye odaklı stratejisi ve sektörün menfaatleri doğrultusunda çalışan uzman kadrosuyla adeta kendisiyle yarışarak sektörün büyümesine ve kalkınmasına katkı sağlıyor. Tuzla Tersaneler bölgesindeki 29.462 metrekarelik alanda geleceğe dönük olarak yaptığı planlamalar sayesinde giderek güçlenen Denizcilik Müsteşarlığı tarafından Kılavuzluk ve Romorkörcülük Teşkilatı olarak yetkilendirilen GİSAŞ, bu hizmeti yetkin personeliyle filosunda 1 adet 45 ton, 4 adet 30 ton asgari çekme gücünde olmak üzere toplam 5 adet romorkör, 3 adet palamar botu ve 2 adet pilot botla gerçekleştiriyor. Ayrıca sağladığımız hizmetlerle tersanelerin ekonomik yapısını kuvvetlendirmeye devam ediyoruz. Tersane ve kıyı yapılarında oluşabilecek herhangi bir yangın ve acil durum hallerinde filomuzda bulunan yangın söndürme monitörleriyle donatılmış 1 adet açık deniz ve 4 adet liman romorkörümüzle hızlı ve emniyetli bir şekilde müdahale imkan ve kabiliyetine sahibiz. Tuzla rıhtımının fiziki durumunun iyileştirilmesinin yanında daha iyi bir yaşam alanı ve çevre için katkıda bulunmak da en önemli önceliklerimizden biri. Yeni projelerimizle çevrenin korunması ve temizlenmesi konusunda da duyarlılık gösteriyoruz. Tersanelerin sahil kesimlerinin ve Tuzla-Aydınlı koyunun katı atıklardan arındırılması için kendi olanaklarımızla inşa edip hizmete aldığımız Temiz Tuzla Deniz Süpürgesi, gurur duyduğumuz projelerimizden sadece biri. GİSAŞ olarak bölgemizde gerçekleşen ufak çaplı kirliliklerde dahi anında olay yerine intikal ederek tersanelere gerekli yardımı yapıyoruz. 5312 sayılı Acil Müdahale Kanunu kapsamında aldığımız yetki belgesiyle 4 ayrı acil müdahale operasyonu gerçekleştiren firmamız, 2010 yılından bu yana senede 2 defa acil müdahale tatbikatı gerçekleştiriyor. Kirliliklere çok kısa zamanda müdahale ederek döküntünün yayılmasını engelleyip deniz yüzeyi ve kıyı yapılarını başarıyla temizliyor. Ayrıca 14.01.2011 tarihinde çevre danışmanlık yeterlilik belgesini alarak bünyemizdeki uzman çevre danışmanlık birimimizle 44 tersane ve 3 tersane yan sanayi kuruluşuna çevre mevzuatı kapsamında çevre danışmanlık hizmeti vermeyi sürdürüyoruz. Global düşünüyoruz. Sektörümüzün hem yurt içinde hem yurt dışında tersanecilik alanındaki iddiasına katkıda bulunuyor, sektörümüzün rekabetçi konumunu güçlendirerek pazar payının arttırılmasına katkı sunmanın heyecanını yaşıyoruz. Sosyal yardım projelerine katılarak çevreye duyarlı hizmetler sunup bölgemizin geleceğine katkı sağlıyoruz. Aydınlı koyunun gemi trafik güvenliği de GİSAŞ'a emanet. Manevra kabiliyeti, durma mesafesi ve taşıdığı yükün ağırlığı bakımından kontrol edilmesi oldukça güç olan dev gemileri, kılavuz kaptanlarımız ve tecrübeli personelimizin 24 saat verdiği kesintisiz hizmet sayesinde güvenli bir şekilde limana yanaştırıyoruz. Peki kılavuzluk ve romorkaj hizmeti nasıl veriliyor? Gemilerin ve Aydınlı koyunun seyir güvenliği GİSAŞ'ın kılavuz kaptanlarının sorumluluğunda. İşleri fiziksel güç gerektiriyor. Seyir halindeki gemilere, çıkışı ve inişi çok tehlikeli olan şeytan çarmıhı da denen ip merdivenlerden çıkıyorlar. Kılavuz kaptanların işlerinin zorluğu elbette gemiye çıkmak ya da inmekle bitmiyor. görevlerini sağ salim yerine getirmeleri, bot kaptanlarının işlerini iyi yapmalarına ve geminin kaptanı ile birlikte yaptıkları plana bağlı. İşte bu yüzden gemi limana yanaşana kadar geçen sürede bot kaptanlarıyla sürekli irtibatta olmaları ve onları yönlendirmeleri gerekiyor.
Yeminimizi aldık, limana doğru giriş hareketlendik. Halatına hafif bir indirebilirsin.
Anlaşıldı.
Sancağa geçtiğinde biraz çalış, yap biraz 4. Hakan durum.
Güzel efendim, yarım metre bir metre açık.
5. Karşılamaya hazır ol.
Günümüzde gemi inşa ve onarımında ana girdileri oluşturan malzemeyi ortaklarımıza uygun koşullarda temin etmenin yanında Türkiye genelinde tüm askeri ve özel sektör tersanelerinin, serbest bölgelerin gemi inşa ve onarım faaliyetlerinde saç raspalama amacıyla kullandığı nikel cürufunu ISO standartlarına uygun özelliklerde ithal edip tersanelerin kullanımına sunuyoruz. Bu hizmeti 20.000 ton kapasiteli 2 adet kapalı depo, 2 adet 80 ton kantarla makine parkında bulunan 2 adet yükleyici, 1 adet ekskavatör, 3 adet forklift ve 1 adet bunkerle gerçekleştiriyoruz. Kılavuzluk, römorkaj ve pilotaj hizmetlerimiz, grid satış hizmetlerimiz, çevre ve acil müdahale hizmetlerimiz ve daha birçok hizmetimizle sektörümüzün gelişimine katkı sağlamak, tersanelerin ekonomik yapısının güçlenmesine yardımcı olmak ve sektörün uluslararası rekabet gücüne katkı vermek için çıtayı hep yükseltmekten keyif alıyoruz. 23 yıldan bu yana Türk tersanecilik sektörüne katkıda bulunmaya gayret etmenin, sektörün gelişimine omuz vermenin ve bu uğurda hizmet kalite çıtasını hep yükseltmenin altına gururla imzamızı atıyoruz.
Denizcilik, uluslararası alanda çok saygın bir meslektir. Üç tarafı denizlerle çevrili ülkemizde de ithalat ve ihracatımızın yaklaşık %90'lık bir kısmının deniz ulaştırmasıyla gerçekleştirilmesi nedeniyle denizcilik, saygınlığı yanı sıra en önemli iş kollarından biridir. Nitekim Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nin kurucusu Ulu Önder Mustafa Kemal Atatürk'te denize büyük bir sevgi duyar ve deniz sevgisini tüm toplumuna aşılamaya çalışır. Denizi medeniyet olarak gören Ulu Önder'in bir konuşmasında denizcilik sadece ulaştırma işi değil, iktisadi iş olarak anlatılacak ve tersaneler, gemiler, limanlar ve iskeleler inşa edilecek, deniz sınırları kulüpleri kurulacak ve korunmak geliştirilecek. Çünkü topraklarının ucu deniz olan halkının kuvvet ve en uygun coğrafi konumda ve üç tarafı denizlerle çevrili olan Türkiye, endüstrisi, ticareti ve sporuyla en ileri bir denizci ulus yetiştirmek yeteneğindedir. Bu yetenekten yararlanmasını bilmeliyiz. Denizciliği, büyük ulusal ülkesi olarak düşündü ve onu az zamanda başarmalıyız demiştir. Üç tarafı denizlerle çevrili ülkenin en keskin ve en önemli noktalarından birinde yer alan Deniz Ticaret Odası İskender Üniversitesi, Türk denizcilik sektörünün en iyi rekabet ortamında gelişmesi ve ülke kalkınmasına katkıda bulunması gayesinde Türkiye çizgisini yükseltmek hedefinde denizcilik mesleğinin disiplin, ahlak ve dayanışmasının en güzel örneğini sergiledi. Deniz Ticaret Odası İskender Üniversitesi 1987 yılında 2014 yılı itibariyle 179 üyeye sahiptir. Sorumluluk sahası denizde 200 kilometre olup Samandağ-Çevik, Adana-Karataş ilçeleri arasıdır ve genellikle yük taşımacılığından yararlanılır. Misyon: kamu ve özel sektörle işbirliği yaparak Türk denizcilik sektörünün serbest ve iyi rekabet ortamında gelişmesi, uluslararası rekabet gücünün artması ve ülke kalkınmasına katkıda bulunması için her gün gelişen hizmet anlayışıyla üyelerine doğru ve zamanında hizmet ve bilgi sunmak, uluslararası ve ulusal mevzuatta deniz ticaretinin gelişmesine engel teşkil eden hususları gidermektir. Vizyon: denizci millet, denizci ülke sloganından hareketle Türk deniz ticaret filosunun gelişimine katkıda bulunarak dünya ticaretinin taşıyıcısı olan deniz ticaretinden ülkemizin daha fazla pay almasını sağlamaktadır. Deniz Ticaret Odası İskender Üniversitesi, toplumsal faydayı ön planda tutmak suretiyle Türk denizcilik sektörünün dünya denizlerinde haklarının korunmasında, denizcilerin ortak gereksinimlerini temin etmek, denizcilik mesleğinde karşılaşılan sorunları ortadan kaldırabilmede, mesleki dayanışmayı sağlayabilmek amacıyla gerekli tüm önlemleri temizlik yapmaktadır. Deniz Ticaret Odası İskenderun Şubesi, denizcilik sektöründeki başarılarını dalgaların ulaşamadığı noktalara dahi taşıyabilmek ve sesini daha net duyurabilmek gayesiyle İskenderun Körfezi'nde hizmet veren limanlar ve verdiği hizmetlerle ilgili olarak fuarlar, toplantılar, konferans, seminer, panel gibi pek çok tanıtma ve bilgilendirme etkinlikleri düzenlerde ve denizcilik konusundaki etkinliklere İskenderun Şubesi olarak katılımı sağladı. Gelecek nesilleri ölümsüz eserler bırakan büyük denizci Piri Reis bir gece çalışırken notların arasında şöyle bir cümle böyle eserler bırakıldığı nesiller sizi değerlendirsin. İskenderun yerleşmesi içinde bulunan ve mimari görünümünde arka ve kısa bir süre sonra edildi. Fakülte bünyesinde gemi ve gemi makineleri mühendisliği, deniz ulaştırma işletme mühendisliği, deniz işletmeciliği ve yönetimiyle gemi makineleri işletme mühendisliği bölümleri yer alıyor. Modern çağın en son teknolojileriyle donatılan Barbaros Hayrettin Denizcilik Fakültesi, öğrencilere evrensel boyutta mesleği tanıtma iddiasını taşıyor. Projelendirme evresi 1 yıl süren ve yaklaşık 16 milyon liralık devasa bütçesiyle öne çıkan fakülte, Türkiye içinde önemli bir kazanç olarak görülüyor. Bulunduğu yer itibariyle denizcilik üssü olma potansiyeli taşıyan İskenderun'sa, fakülteyle birlikte Türkiye'nin en önemli denizcilik eğitimi veren bölgelerinden biri olarak tanınacak. Denizci millet, denizci ülke sloganıyla başarı öykülerine yelken açan Deniz Ticaret Odası İskenderun Şubesi, Türk Deniz Ticaret Filosunun Dünya Deniz Ticaret Örgütü'nde hak ettiği yeri alması hedefinde kendinden emin, ortasında seyrini sürdürmektedir. Deniz Ticaret Odası İskenderun Şubesi, denizcilik sektöründeki başarılarını, dalgaların ulaşımlarını taşıyabilmek ve sesini daha net duyurabilmek gayesiyle amaçları doğrultusunda hedefe daima hep ileriye yürümeyi hedefler.
Turkish Shipbuilders Association. One of the oldest non-governmental organizations of Turkey. "600 years experience in shipbuilding, Imperial Arsenal Shipyard." The oldest shipyard still under operation in the world. Innovation. Purpose to fit design. Challenge. Luxury. Expertise in naval ship design. Confidence. High-quality supply chain. Qualified professionals. dynamism, modern vision, and desire to lead the future. Innovative and environmentally friendly implementations. Decarbonization in shipyard region. Innovation in shipbuilding for environmentally friendly welding technologies. Inventory studies to reduce environmental impact. New technology trials in waste collection. High-capacity modern shipyards. One of the world's largest floating docks. Almost 100 members. Leader in tug, offshore supply vessel, fishing vessel, chemical tanker, and yacht building. New building capacity. Repair and maintenance capacity. Hundreds of retrofits. Leader in yacht building. Turkish Shipbuilders Association has never given up its goals since 1971 and has made continuous efforts to move the industry forward. International cooperations. Turkish Shipbuilders Association.
of the Department of Energy Systems Engineering at Yaşar University. Imparting knowledge and shaping the future of this critical field, Professor Hepbaşlı's influence extends beyond academia. He has been a sought-after consultant for industries seeking guidance in his specialized research areas. Furthermore, his contributions to the International Advisory Board of several esteemed energy-related journals underscore his standing as a thought leader in the field. Please join me in extending warm welcome to Professor Arif Hepbaşlı as he takes the stage for our second keynote talk.
Okay, hello everyone. I am opening the second session of today, in which we have two presentations. The first one will be done by Professor Donhayu Wang, and he will talk about next generation electrochemical energy storage technologies. And I am going to change the session in that way. Each speaker will have 40 minutes, 5 minutes for questions. And I am going to remind of each speaker when he has 5 minutes left. Please try to follow the duration so that we can continue the other sessions in an efficient way. Okay. Please, Professor. Where is our professor? Please.
Good morning. My name is Donghai Wang, and it's a great honor to have this opportunity to give a keynote speech in this international symposium on the exergy, energy, and the environment. And I really want to thank the organizer, Professor Zia Sood, and also the Professor Ibrahim Dinser for giving me this opportunity to come here. And it's my first time to be at Turkey, Istanbul, and I got to know a lot of the interesting historic places and culture. And so that is what I learned in the past 20 or 40 years, to learn different the culture, to learn the advanced technology, and devote yourself for the next generation energy system. So my talk is based on the battery technology. So when I started my career back to 2009 at Penn State University, I used these slides to try to illustrate the future direction of the energy. So from these slides, we can see that typically there are 4 carriers for the energy, electricity, and 2 of the carbon, and of course this oil, gas, or then the gas phase of natural gas. At that time, and we were in the community are trying to booming the energy economy, use the hydrogen as a carrier, and also use the electricity from this grid to power the transportation, of course, as being successful in the power this industry and commercialization. because of this renewable energy, so then we also need some of the energy storage from the energy generation side, that we need to store the energy from these intermittent energy resources and then put into the grids. So this gives us this opportunity and demand that how can we build the better energy storage technology, either for the grids and the efficient grids, or for the low carbon transportation, for example, the hybrid or electrical vehicle on the consumer side. So then when we talk about the energy storage, so if we look at the function of this energy storage, we can look at the discharge time. So how long this the energy storage device can discharge, and also the power. So we have depends on the different type of technology, we can divide it into the different technology as three type of the system. One is used can be as energy management. For example, the pumped hydro compressed air or the flow battery. So they have been demonstrated and been used for the energy management. Of course, if we have lower the power and also lower discharge time, we can use some of the very fast discharge in short period of time. So this is the power quality control. Of course, some of the technology we call the rechargeable battery bridge this energy management and also quality control. So this is a rechargeable battery. And especially I want to talk about first is what kind of the rechargeable battery has been used for the vehicle, electric vehicle. We know that this the vehicle was typically powered by the steam and then petroleum. So, but people had been dreaming use electricity to power the vehicle. So there is a history, and you can see the back into the 18th centuries, and there was a demonstration of the pure electrical carriage. So this is electrical locomotive. And then we have some of the scientists and the engineering, Thomas Parker, built the first electrical car, okay? And the speed only 18 miles per hour. And then we have other kind of demonstration coming along, of course, and we have a competitor of this gasoline. And then I think that in the 19th centuries, and more the electric vehicle has been shown in the demo, how can we use existing battery technology to power the car. So this is one of them. At the Detroit, use the electric, use this battery. I think it's an lead acid battery to power this car. But the only like speed at this 25 miles per hour with driving range 80 miles. So then coming to the new era, which we call the EV. So I think the very successful demonstration of the commercial product is the EV1 produced by the General Motors in 1996. So they use lead acid battery technology and the driving range around 70 to 90 miles with a single charge. And then in early 1990s, the commercialization of lithium-ion battery bring out this new technology to power this electric vehicle. So this is 2008, the Tesla model, I think this the sports car for the Tesla Roadster. So this is all electric sport vehicle and with driving range around 200 miles and very fast the acceleration speed. So we can see we come to the new era that using the lithium-ion battery to power the electric vehicle to meet this customer need with a certain 200 miles driving range. And then more and more this technology and the cars are into the road. So in these past 2 years, I see some of the EV on the road in Istanbul, and of course there are more in US. So there are more and more these electric vehicle on the road, and of course one of this driving force for this happening is that it can potentially has a low carbon emission only from this producing this battery. And so this is the battery. But when we look at this the penetration of the EV to the market, and different places has a different pace, especially in Asia, in China, US, and there's a fast penetration rate. And in Europe also there's a pretty fast penetration rate. So you can see the sales of EV booming up. And right now I think it's at a certain stage that people are trying to decide what is the best to have a better infrastructure and a better economy, the side of the EV. But then when we look at the technology, I think the battery, I think is the most powerful component and also expensive component to power this EV. And over the past 100, 200 years, and different battery has been used. And first is a galvanic cell, and this is a zinc and copper in aqueous solution that can generate this voltage and current. This galvanic cell has been used to demonstrate for this electrical locomotive. And then we have lead acid. Lead acid has been built for decades and has been used for decades. And we still use lead acid in our combustion engine car to power the starter engine. And then later we have nickel-cadmium batteries, and the next will be the successful one is nickel metal hydride battery. So this battery was used in the hybrid battery, like Toyota Prius, this model. So this is a very good stability, but a little bit lower energy density, so the driving range is an issue, but it can work very well when the car is in the hybridization mode. And then in the 19th and 20th, early 2000 commercialization of lithium-ion battery, and make this lithium-ion battery or lithium-ion phosphate, this cathode power this vehicle into the reality. We see more and more EV in European. And then the next generation, we are talking about the solid-state battery, so which eliminated the liquid electrolyte, make the battery more safer, and the long range, high power, and fast charging. So we come to this chemistry of the lithium battery. So it's composed of two electrodes, and based on the intercalation chemistry. So you have lithium ion and intercalate into this cathode anode during the charge-discharge. It's kind of a rocking chair mechanism. And then when we look at this during the charging process, and the lithium ion coming from the cathode, and through the conduction of the lithium ion in the liquid electrolyte, get reduced into as a lithium atom and intercalate into the graphite anode. So this is a charging process. And then during the discharge, so the lithium atom get oxidized and into the lithium ion, and then combine the electron at the cathode side, and then cathode valence change, and then lithium ion intercalate into this cathode. So based on the intercalation chemistry, so this is different from the plating, different from this deposition mechanism. And so this is right now the commercial lithium-ion battery chemistry and material used in the cell phone, lithium cobalt oxide as a cathode, positive electrode, and also the negative electrode is graphite. And overall, the electrochemistry is lithium-ion reduction oxidation through the intercalation chemistry between this anode and cathode. So we know that the invention, discovery, and commercialization was awarded by the Nobel Prize 2019 Chemistry Award. So the Professor John Boynoff, Professor Stan Whittingham, and Professor Yakuro Yoshino were awarded. And for their the discovery, innovation, and commercialization of this lithium-ion battery. So we see the cell phone, laptop, electric vehicle, and even this autonomous the boat and some more electrical drone. All these are based on the lithium-ion batteries. So unfortunately, Professor John Boynoff passed away this year after the 100 years birthday. So then we can see, based on this system, so we can see we have cathode, we have anode, we have electrolyte. So we can see that so the John contributed to develop a new type of the cathode, lithium cobalt oxide, and Stan Whittingham identified this intercalation chemistry can work instead of the deposition and the stripping, and the Akira Yoshino identified this the graphite electrolyte and the commercialization. So this is their contribution to the novelty of the lithium ion. But then when we look at the next generation, the battery, or the advanced lithium-ion battery, we look at the first is the material. And then when we look at the different material, we put it in this voltage capacity, the mapping. So here we have graphite. We have graphite has a low potential for lithium intercalate and lithium intercalate and lithiation and the capacity. And also we have a high voltage cathode. So we're pairing this high voltage cathode and low voltage anode from the voltage of this cell. So we can use this organic electrolyte to boost the voltage to up to 4 volts. So that is the chemistry. And of course, we have other derivatives. For example, the cathode, we have a different type of oxide, different type of the crystal structure of the phosphate. So it has been commercialized. But then when we look at in the future, what is the alternative, next generation chemistry that material that we can boost the energy density, we can provide a safer battery, we can provide the fast charge capability. And for example, people are looking at alloy anode has a low potential, especially silicon, or the lithium metal anode has a high capacity and is a holy grail for the old anode if we want to boost the energy density, and also the low cost cathode and the alternative cost of cathode. So in my group, over the past 14 years, so we have been working on the advanced lithium-ion battery and also beyond the lithium-ion, the next generation of the battery technology. For example, the lithium metal, sulfur cathode, and solid state, and some alternative to replace the graphite by using silicon carbon, replace this high cobalt cathode using the low cobalt-free anode cathode. But today I focus on 2 or 3 topics to illustrate that the material science play a very important role, and to discover the next generation material, and material engineering is also important to make this the chemistry into the device and towards commercialization. And first I look at the lithium-ion battery. So when I look at the lithium-ion battery, so it was discovered, the chemistry discovered back into 1960 or 70, and the commercial product was on the market early 1990s. So then what is the driving force make this technology further push forward, that we can have a long-range driving car and also the high power, the battery to power the electrical vehicle and also the electrical drones. So then I believe this interface. So back to the early 90s, we have the battery to power the Walkman to listen to music. So that the battery can only charge and discharge maybe 100 cycles. But then, the early 2000s, we have the cell phone, smart cell phone, and this cell phone can charge discharge over 2 years, over 600 cycles. But right now, the car, we can charge and discharge over 1,000, close to the 10,000 cycle. So then the material is still based on intercalation chemistry, graphite and different chemistry. So the only thing changed is engineering. So one of the key components is the interface. Because the interface of this electrochemical system is stable, so you can make it cycle life longer. And you can make it, the self-discharge is lower. You can make it a fast charging. So all this coming from the interface. So then that's why I put this, the image show that on the lithium graphite interface, we have called the solid electrolyte interface on graphite. So it is composed of nanocrystal of the deposition compound from the reaction between the lithium graphite with the electrolyte, generating lithium fluoride, oxide, carbonate, and some organic. Okay. So then when we look at the alternative anode, for example, silicon anode, it's an alloy de-alloy process. So lithium alloy into the silicon and then de-alloy. So when we look at the in situ TM, you can see this alloy process getting the huge volume change. And this volume change can really break the particle. Okay? So the first you have new surface area, we will form the new SEI. Second, this particle break will lost the electric contact and lost activity. So this brings us to think about the new technology. How can we stabilize this interface? So then we talk about the lithium metal anode. Here here we are talking about deposition and plating. So we have a lithium metal anode. So then you have a deposition of lithium metal to store the energy, and then discharge, and then you can have this lithium metal stripping. But because the high reactivity of this lithium metal with this liquid electrolyte, so they also form this interface composed of this nanoparticle, the inorganic organic component. And then this non-uniformity of this surface make this deposition is non-uniform. So you have a dendritic lithium form. So you can see needle-like this deposition product, the lithium metal. So make this lithium metal very hard to be used as an anode. So this is an issue. And then when we look at this interface, we use called the QuELTM. So it's a transmission electron microscope, but we operate this sample under the QuEL condition. So we can really look at this very sensitive interface under this 200 or less than 200 nanometer. So I want to show that, so we have this electrolyte, okay, the lithium salt with the solvent and the co-solvent. So when we deposit the lithium, this is the lithium metal, and deposit at room temperature at minus 15 degrees C, okay, temperature difference. But then when we look at the interface, we found that, so with the room temperature, same electrolyte, is the composition of is different from when you deposit the lithium metal at low temperature. So we barely observe the lithium fluoride. Lithium fluoride coming from this co-solvent, we barely observe them in the low temperature deposition. Because of this dissociation of this FEC is highly dependent on the temperature. So at the low temperature, so we barely observe the generation of lithium fluoride. So SEI is actually composed of the large chunk of particle of the lithium carbonate oxide. So then we look at the X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy. So then we look at the fluorine. You can see with the room temperature, we do observe the lithium fluoride, this binding energy peak. But then when we look at this low temperature deposition, we see the very low signal. Okay, so this is another evidence that at low temperature, we barely observe lithium fluoride rich interface, which is very good to stabilize this the interface, make a uniform deposition. So this gives us some of the thinking. Okay, what are the issue and what are the design criteria to build a better interfacial material to stabilize this lithium metal? So this is some of the thought. So first we know we want to have a better interface to make the lithium metal deposition uniform and then the dielectric free. So we need to have robustness of the SEI, also the highly ionic conductivity and also good passivation, okay? So then you have a better plating and stripping morphology without generating this dendritic lithium metal. So then we come to some of the questions and asking ourselves, what are the scientific questions? How can we control this composition, structure of this interfacial material? Therefore, we can have a better interface material and the structure. And then, how can we, through this control, get the understanding? So then we come to this interface, very tiny nanometer scale. So we have lithium fluoride, we have lithium oxide, we have lithium carbonate. And then when we look at this composition, when we look at this binding, the interfacial energy against the lithium metal, you can see the lithium fluoride has a higher interfacial energy with the lithium metal. Okay, so then it possibly can really stabilize this lithium metal at the nano scale. And then also the green boundary on the lithium fluoride also has a little bit higher value, and the binding, the activation energy, and the similar as the lithium oxide. So then the research focus on how can we manipulate, generate, well-controlled lithium fluoride. Okay, because it's a very complex system. So let's focus on lithium fluoride. How can we control the formation of lithium fluoride at this nanoscale with the composition control and also spatial distribution and its nanostructure? So this comes to the work that we manipulate the interface and then deposit the lithium metal on the substrate. Through the manipulated interface on the substrate, how can we control the nucleation? So we use a copper as a kind of collector. We deposit the lithium metal like we deposit at the zinc or the copper through the electric deposition process, but here through the lithium-ion electrolyte. And then we function on this surface with different functional group. And then you can see that you can have hydrophobic, you can have ionic, you can have this highly hydrophobic, but this is also the functional group with the sulfur fluoride. So then when you look at this deposition at a low temperature, minus 15 degrees C, so when you look at the deposition lithium metal, so in all the other cases with conventional this monolayer deposition, monolayer modification, the deposition morphology is like a dendritic growth of lithium metal. Okay, so you can see the needle type of the lithium metal growth. But here we can see the sphere particle deposition. This is a very good nucleation and growth to form the continuous film. So this is indicated that this surface definitely can help promote this stable, thermodynamic stable nucleation of sphere particle lithium metal. Okay, but the key still coming from the interface. When you look at the interface, here is the lithium metal on this region, and this is an interfacial interface around this 20 to 50 nanometer. You can see that this is inside this lithium fluoride region. Because it has a high interfacial energy, it stabilizes the interface by attached on the to the lithium metal interface. And then others is the lithium oxide, carbonate, and the amorphous. So, but if you look at the other functional group, you barely observe this layered interface. Okay, even though it's a nanometer scale, we still observe this layered interface morphology with the inner layer is a lithium fluoride to stabilize. Okay, so with this finding, so then we put this functional group into a polymer. So we make this a polymer, and then put it. We also functionize with the other function group and graphene oxide. So we put it a film on top of the lithium metal, so as a protection. So this protection is not just the physical protection. First, because of the function group we identified, it's reactive against the lithium metal to form the lithium fluoride. And so this lithium fluoride capacitates the surface and also stabilize this thermodynamic interfacial energy of lithium metal in electrolyte and make it homogeneous through this in situ formation process. And then, so through the characterization, I want to verify that this coating actually is reactive. So from the top, we see this polymer SF bond, and then when we're going down to the middle here, middle layer, barely see it, but here is a gray area. We start to observe the lithium fluoride, and further going down to the film, and then we observe this lithium metal. So there are three layers. So the one is the lithium metal, and the middle layer is a reactive component for the interfacial protection against this against the continuous reaction of the electrolyte and the lithium metal. But with this polymer coating, special design, so we can make a lithium metal cycling longer and also more uniform. So you can see this is a lithium metal. When you cycle it from the nanoparticle dendritic lithium metal, it's kind of the blackish this material. But with this polymer coating, its deposition is more uniform, and then can cycle it long cycle. So this is a material that we designed from the functionality of molecules and built the polymer and make a coating technology. And then next, I will present some of the next generation battery. We call this all solid state sulfur battery. So lithium sulfur. So here, lithium sulfur battery here is conversion reaction between the lithium metal and the sulfur cathode. So there you have a lithium react with sulfur, and the sulfur, this sulfur-sulfur bond is broke, generate lithium sulfide, and then release energy and release the voltage and certain capacity. The advantage for this type of this battery is a very high energy density in theory, so it can be the 4 or 5 higher energy density than the lithium-ion battery. So it's very promising. So there's a lot of research going on. But the issue here is that when we have this liquid electrolyte, so the sulfur, when it break, generate the different order of the polysulfide. Okay, so unfortunately it's soluble in the electrolyte. So it's like we lose the active material into electrolyte. The material are losing from the active cathode material. So the capacity keep dropping. So this is also bring this shuttling effect. But then we come to the solid state, meaning that there's no liquid electrolyte. Everything is solid. So then this solid electrolyte, because it's non-fluidic, non-soluble to any polysulfide, it blocks this dissolution. So then you have this solid-solid conversion. So of course, advantage, you don't have any dissolution. You keep the active material in the cathode, you just cycle it. And then also, because all solid-state battery is safer and also the potentially high energy density and the fast charge discharge. So then we work on this one, we collect this the literature result. We want to identify what are missing from current state study. So then when we look at all these the sulfur utilization, so this is a theoretical value, okay? So of course we want to build a battery, we want to put more material, right? And into the cell, so then you have a more energy, higher energy, and you have a higher energy density. But unfortunately, a lot of research, when they publish paper, they really focus on the low sulfur content. Even though we push the energy capacity is higher, but in terms of energy density is still low. So this is can give the misleading information. So the target here, I put it here, if we have sulfur active material push more than 60 and close to theoretical capacity. So this technology more is competitive to be commercialization. So then what the fundamental question here is that utilization. Because you have less utilization, and then that's why a lot of research put less material, less sulfur content. So utilization is higher, but the sulfur content is higher. But if you put sulfur content higher, utilization is lower. So you will have to deal with this. So then the fundamental question is that we have a sulfur particle because it's all solid content. So you have an electrical conducting pathway, lithium-ion conducting pathway, you have a junking particle, this solid content cannot fully utilize this active material. So then you have a poor ionic conductivity, so make these utilizations lower. So then I think the key factor, innovation will come from solid-state electrolyte with a high ionic conductivity, smaller particles, so then can have a better contact with active material and also stability. So this is some of the work we published this year, is that we discovered a kind of the new type of solid-state electrolyte. It's based on the crystal structure of the algidite. So this is coming from this, the word algidite coming from this Mediterranean area. So then we replace this algidite, this solid-state electrolyte, this chlorine by the boron hydride. So it's a crystal structure. Once the chlorine ion, we replace this by a boron hydride, it's a tetrahedron. So then it's really expand this lattice, unit volume, and then make this material really light. Even though it's a solid material, it's really light. So that's an innovation. And of course, we can make this material and conductivity is comparable to the state of art. It's 6 millisiemens per centimeter. But I want to show that the typical inorganic solid, the density is high. Can be 5 or 4, and typically is about 2. But this material that we call LPB, the density is only 1.5. So it's really similar as some of the liquid electrolyte. Organic electrolyte, polymer, and some of the co-solvent. It's really light. So then, because it's really light, when you put this material and the same weight, epsilon particle small, so volume portion of this material is large. So then that means that we can have small particles and then to put into the electrode, and this electrode active material are well contacted by the large portion of the small particle, inorganic particle. So make this utilization of the sulfur will be higher. So that's why you can see the capacity higher and the rate performance at the different charging rate is also higher. And as I mentioned, the key is utilization. And see, with this new type of solid-state electrolyte, so that we barely observe the jump, this large of the sulfur particle, sulfur species, and also phase separation. And then we see the uniform of between the active material and solid state electron during the charge discharge. So then we can make a higher capacity and also long cycle life. So the advantage for the solid state battery, because it's all solid and the interface is a little bit inert. Okay, so as you form good interface, this cell can cycle easily in the lab over solid cycle. So this is the advantage for all solid state battery that can solid cycle over solid cycle. So that is an advantage, and the industry want to push to replace the lithium-ion by this solid state battery. And so then we compare what we have achieved compared with the target. Still there is a gap. So how can we push this sulfur content even higher and the specific utilization close to the theoretical capacity? So that is the goal for our future current work. And so then I switched to the sodium. So we know that lithium, it's a limited resources. As people trying to find more lithium, it will be has less concern. But right now, only a few places in the world generate lithium mineral. But the sodium can be a very good resources. Especially use the sodium battery is really good for the stationary grid storage. We already heard the talk from the Abraham and also the Professor Mihiri about this carbon oxide emission. So here you see that at this stage, so if we keep pumping the carbon dioxide at this more than solid ppm, okay, so then a lot of models predict the temperature will go up. So this is a different model. So average will have average temperature will keep going up. So if we maintain this or decrease this carbon dioxide emission, so then the temperature can stay and even can be lower. So this is a prediction. But then we want to utilize the renewable energy. But here in US, at the 2021, so only around the 20%. Okay, the number is a little bit higher than the number the Professor Miharia report. Only 20% of renewable energy. And among these renewable energies, a lot of them are still, still is based on the hydro. This hydroelectricity, and then their portion of the wind and the solar. And then the prediction is that they are growing faster. Okay. So then with this renewable energy occupies more and more the portion from the energy resources. We need this energy storage. And then what kind of the energy storage we have now? So this is a little bit busy electrochemical, and this is electromagnetic, and thermal mechanical. So each category we have different technology. Okay, but so as I mentioned, so this is a power and discharge time. So it depends on the different technologies attribute. We can put it into the different slot. Typically, and for these, we can use thermal energy. We are not talking about the efficiency. We are talking about the discharge time and the power. So we can use as energy management. But for power control, battery, flywheel can be the good choice. But very high the skill, like a gigawatt, will be the pumped hydro or this compressed air. Okay. But then in reality,
Professor, 5 minutes left.
Okay, I will finish in 5 minutes. Yeah. So in reality, so for all these energy storage, so pumped hydro still dominant, and then only small portion, and 5% is the battery electrochemical. And then within this 5%, lithium-ion still dominant over the, I think, close to 90. So that means we have the electric vehicle using the lithium-ion. We will use the lithium-ion. So potentially we will face the challenge we are limited the lithium resources. So this is a advantage to use a sodium, because we will have a lot of the sodium. It's earth abundant cost. So then with this sodium, one of the technology here is a sodium sulfur. Okay, sodium sulfur actually has been commercialized by the Japanese company NJK. Okay, it operates at a little bit higher temperature, and through this sodium metal separated by the inorganic solid state electrolyte tube, with the sulfur operate at 300 degrees. So this is a commercial product. Unfortunately, high temperature sodium is really the dangerous and explosive. There's a lot of accident reported using the technology. So then what we want to do is we still focus sodium salt, but we want to lower the temperature. So one of the keys is how can we change the design to tube fabrication, to plate fabrication, and then using the safe solid-state electrolyte. So I will focus on the solid-state electrolyte, especially for the sulfide. So I will skip this one. So we do observe, we do develop some of the sulfide solid-state electrolyte with good stability, and then we put it into this sodium alloy rather than sodium pairing with sulfur. So we use sodium antimony, and rather than sodium tin. So you can sodium antimony alloy, and it's more stable, low polarization. You can see sodium tin has some of the spikes that is short circuit. So right now we do demonstrate that we can operate at 60 degrees C for this type of cell. And so we target the maximum is 100 degrees C, but with the improved efficiency, so this can be the low cost sodium sulfur, more safer battery. So to wrap up, so as I mentioned that we have a different chemistry and we can target on the material, and then but overall we need to think about energy system. So where this technology be located in the energy system map, and then coming back to the system, coming back to down to the electrode material, so we can identify some new material to address this scientific question and then push this technology more close to commercialization. And one thing is, I want to mention that the engineering is very important. Not only material, at Penn State we have a center, so we do kind of fabricate this synthetic material, but also fabricate the cell. So here you can see we make this material, we make the slurry, we make a coating, student make a cell, test a cell. So it's kind of the one-stop shop for industry, to investors, also for students to get training from the science, material engineering, all the way to the engineering system. Okay. So at the end, I will stop here. Thanks the funding agency and over the years, student and postdoc, and also my collaborator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for completing your presentation on time. Any questions? Please.
Thank you very much for the thank you very much for the Okay, it is working now. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation and good overview on the batteries. What do you think of the supercapacitor-based batteries? Like Toyota announced, like in 2026, they have a car. It will go like about 800 miles per charge, and it will recharge in 10 minutes. What do you think of that?
Yeah, so in the paper and in the news, we always have a new technology, save the world, solve the problem. But it's I think it's on the paper in the news. In reality, I think the Professor Ibrahim mentioned that research, innovation, commercialization, we do need a real product to verify. But I have not seen any the car company using this type of the supercapacitors. But we work on the thermodynamic, so we can easily calculate if based on the electric double layer, how much energy they can store, how much surface area or how much this redox the site you can put on the surface to utilize this supercapacitor, how much energy and how much power. So I think that depends on the chemistry. So it can be a little bit more technology for high power release, but in terms of discharge time is difficult if we call it a supercapacitor. But if its chemistry is not in the category supercapacitor, I doubt it. Yeah. Sometimes a lot of the news, a lot of paper, they really exaggerate this. Yeah. For the other reason, not for the scientific or technology reason.
Okay. Any more? Please. Microphone, please.
for the nice presentation. I have a quick question about the...
Please introduce first.
Yeah, my name is Nadir from Yıldız Technical University, Istanbul. So in terms of transportation, based on your research, which way you think would be more prospective in terms of using, let's say, fuel cell based on hydrogen for transportation, or the electrochemical battery vehicles? Which one is, what's your idea about this?
I used to work on fuel cell too, so then I get a little bit involvement on the battery project and started my career on the side of work on battery. So I think in the low, short range, electric vehicle is pretty efficient. Okay, as we can build this recycle life cycle, so it's pretty efficient. I think that there is a report from the Tesla that with current lithium-ion technology, and so for the in the city commute, this electric vehicle is enough. And if one family have one car or two cars, it's perfect. But then for the long range, for the truck or the other type of the application, so the hydrogen definitely has an advantage. This fuel cell technology for the transportation. Of course, hydrogen can use for the industry use. And so there, I believe in US there's a booming on you build the fuel cell technology for some of the truck, for other application, for the boat, and for the ship. But another way is that we can see that electrification is irreversible now. So we see the car electrification, we see the drone, we see a lot of this electrical boat. So electrification looks like it's right now irreversible. It cannot flip back. So the new type battery to meet the new area need demand. For example, drone or electrical, the boat for this type of application. So we still need a battery. So I think that right now the technology are evolving. So still we need to have this loop and bring the prototype, test it in real condition, and then further make a decision to move forward. Yeah, so that's my feeling. But so we are still working aggressively on the different type of this battery. But right now the energy density of the battery already being demonstrated, more than 700 or 800 watt-hour per kilowatt. But the cycle life is another issue. But the energy density can push. If it close to the solvent, so that will be amazing to comparable, not comparable, close to the combustion energy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now it is time to invite Professor Dr. Cengiz Özkan for making his presentation on what is the topic I am going to tell you, on prospects in global vehicle electrification in the next decade. Okay, please go ahead. No, please be comfortable.
1, 2. Evet, benim için açık değil. Tamam. Ondan kapalı olsun. Tamam. Açık değil. Burası gerçekten. Thank you for the introduction, and I would like to thank the organizers, especially Zafer Söğüt and Ibrahim, the teacher, for their invitation. Okay, so let's get to it right away. So first of all, one commercial slide. So I'm at UC Riverside. The UC system has 10 campuses, 5 medical centers, and especially this is very important, we oversee 3 national labs. Lawrence Livermore National Lab, the Berkeley National Lab, and the Los Alamos. And my college is the UCR Morris College of Engineering, and we are ranked actually number 25 among public engineering colleges. Okay, so this is a summary of materials innovations them in the group. This is the last 20 years. Materials are important for any kind of application. So this is the general overview for devices and systems. So we worked on a number of different devices over the years, ranging from biosensors to electronics, and the last 10 years focusing on energy storage. So each and every cartoon or the image you see here are actually very important innovations of materials. The group is very experienced in actually fabricating nanomaterials, especially 2D materials. And I wanted to touch upon this just very briefly. So I have been a member of an engineering center funded by the DARPA and the SRC. SRC is Semiconductor Research Corporation. And this is the C-SPIN Center, Center for Spintronic Materials Interfaces and Novel Architectures. And over there we have grown a lot of different material systems. So those materials are today used actually for both energy storage and also electronics applications. One of our most recent works came out on the 50th year anniversary issue for the MRS Bulletin. MRS is the Materials Research Society, and this is about wafer scale synthesis of 2D materials, specifically tungsten disulfide. Okay, we have actually very good capability in the group, and so we have actually 4 different labs. This one is very specific on energy storage, so we have capabilities ranging from material synthesis to fabrication to assembly and testing. Actually, our testing capability rivals that of startup companies. We have both biologic and R&D systems, so those who work in this field know how important they are. So between the 2 major systems in the lab, we can test about 200 batteries in parallel, them at the same time. All right. Arkadaşım burada mıydı? Bazı slaytları kendi kendine skip etmiş. Bunu anlayamadım. Evet. Evet. Slaytlar burada görünüyor ama skip etmiş. Evet. Şimdi buradayız. Yok. Skip ediyor slaytları. Evet. Katlıyor slaytları. Yok, atlıyor slaytları. Böyle bir şey yok. Buradalar. Ama atlıyor slaytları. Şimdi mi? Yok, atlıyor. Atlıyor. Olmaması lazım. Atlıyorum. Patlıyor. Patlıyor. Yani anlamıyorum. Mesela şunu göstermedi, onları göstermedi. Evet, bunu göstermesi lazım. Tamam, oldu. Okay, I'll continue. I want to show you this page because there are a total of 6 centers that are founded by joint funding from SRC and DARPA. And these are SRC member companies, IBM, Intel, Micro, and so forth. So there are a total of 6 centers in there, and I'm a member of CSPIN. And actually, we produce a large set of the 2D materials. Okay, so still not showing, but okay, we have to continue. All right. Check and see. All right. Sorry about that. I'm going to focus on EVs today. So here we have the Tesla Model 3, inside this car we have over 7,000 cylindrical batteries. So they are slightly larger than a AA size battery. And over the years they have changed the technology. They are using larger and larger cylinders. And over here, Nissan is using actually pouch batteries, and so all those actually are supposed to form a pack. Forming a pack is a different, I'm actually a branch of engineering, so there are companies who are actually experienced on that. All right. So speaking of EVs, actually on trucks. So by Volvo and Tesla, they were showcased in CES 2023, and then also the world's first fossil fuel-free ferry line. So this formation is underway. Of course, when you take a look at the battery needs, so they are huge. Battery capacity for the ferry is amounting to about 60 to 70 megawatt hours. Whereas in a Tesla, so this is on the order of a few hundred kilowatt hours. And then, of course, e-buses are already in use, and we are going to see more of those in the future. Okay. So today I would like to touch upon sustainability in battery manufacturing. Don Hayek gave a very nice talk right before me, and he especially touched upon the amount of sulfur that can be pushed in. Sustainability comes with actually green transport and batteries that are more sustainable in their life cycle. So we need to see manufacturing with lowest possible environmental impact. And so this is more and more becoming a feature. And as we see more and more battery plants are being formed. And if you know a little bit about EVs, so let's say you have a Tesla, in the 80% remaining capacity phase, the battery is supposed to be done, and then they can be repurposed. But at that point, you may have to have your battery replaced. But then the battery finds itself, for example, in Powerwall or stationary storage applications. And of course, after the second life use, the battery becomes the end of life phase, and then all of their materials are to be recycled. And hopefully you can extract all the minerals that you need. This actually becomes very important if you think about the supply chain issues, because for wider scale electrification of transport, we are going to need a massive amount of batteries out there. And by 2050, this is some projected numbers. Over $4 trillion worth of new batteries and materials are needed. Okay, well, the speaker also talked about this. So why lithium-ion? Because high specific energy, lithium is very light, high power to weight ratio, slow self-discharge, and you can improve actually the performance by material innovation, namely engineering cathode and anodes. Some disadvantages here. That's why solid state is very important. So the liquid electrolyte is actually flammable. So there are many fires, occurrences, and accidents are noted and reported. I mean, these vehicles. Limited cycle life. Don Hai also talked about SCI, so this is the solid electrolyte interface degradation, and then potential also supply chain issues and shortages of, for example, lithium, cobalt, and nickel. So we are all going to see this in the next 10 to 20 years coming up. So we have seen a huge advancement in batteries. In the semiconductor industry, we have what we call the Moore's law. The Moore's law describes the ever-changing geometrical factors and performance once every 18 months or 2 years. In the field of batteries, we don't have that. It's much more slower. And so right now, so we are moving into an area where now actually lithium-ion battery is almost coming to a perfect performance peak. And then we have to move out of there, so going from a standard carbon anode into perhaps silicon, and today I would like to talk about that. And then we have a few other technologies that are coming up, new chemistries, sodium ion, for example, and aluminum ion. Sodium ion seems to be more valuable in this case because for aluminum ion batteries, the oxide is so stable, so the reversing reaction is very difficult to achieve. Okay. So earlier this year, we organized a symposium at the spring MRS meeting in San Francisco, and this was on actual solid-state batteries. Over there, we looked at the current prospects and the upcoming future potential in this area. All right. So this is the standard cylinder, 18650. This was originally made by Panasonic and then adopted by Tesla in their first EVs. So this cylinder over the time evolved. I have a slide on that too. So this is the cylinder format, this is a pouch cell format, and this is prismatic cell. So the difference between the two, so this is a soft wall, this is a hard wall battery. So manufacturing wise, so this is a bit more expensive than this. So Tesla has plans to actually use hard wall batteries in the future. This is a coin cell, so the Bhutan battery, so this is the bread and butter of academic research. So everything starts from here and then we can migrate into these other formats. All right. A commercial lithium-ion battery, so this looks like a very nice cylinder shape. You have some 7,104 cylinders inside this. So this can have a hefty weight, 700 to 800 pounds or even more. And then, of course, when you look at inside, it's going to be some kind of a gibberish slurry that is coated onto, a conductive layer. But we would like to have nice drawings when we describe batteries. So this is an anode and a cathode, and during charge, those ions are going to migrate, come into the anode, and upon discharge, they are going to go back. So what makes a battery life actually limited is because atomically, the lithium ions that leave the cathode are not going to come back exactly to the same location. So that's why the life is limited. Something else, so cost and storage capacity challenges are very important, and the modeling of life cycles actually is very difficult. So one thing with battery research is that, so upfront, it is very difficult to guess what the battery will show in terms of performance. But there's still a lot of effort on this. So this is by the NREL, so this is the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, in the US. And so they have a lot of sophisticated computational methods that they use. So when you take a look at a cylinder battery, the layers are wrapped inside. So they are in a concentric wrap. But if you look at it closely, let's say you have an anode layer carbon, then you have actually a separator, and then you have a cathode layer. And then the ones that are inside, both sides are coated. So when you take a look at this, so you're going to have the pairing of these ear electrodes. Actually, it's quite complicated. So one side is anode, the other side is cathode, and then this basically repeats, and then we put these things together. And then they can take a look at these with a lot of different methodologies, like they solve the Navier-Stokes equations, and they take a look at the electrochemical potentials as well. Okay. So the global vehicle electrification is going to have not just batteries, but supercapacitors as well, as coupled to a battery. Because from infinite inertia, you can actually start the car and then move it actually very nicely with a supercapacitor. The problem is discharge times are very, very fast. So I'm going to devote some of the time today to supercapacitors. So the capacitance values are much higher than other capacitors. A normal capacitor has two conductive layers and then a dielectric in between, and then actually we can pass a voltage and then store charge, but for a very short time. Maxwell is a well-known company. Actually, Maxwell was acquired by Tesla in 2018. And so Tesla has plans to actually involve the supercapacitors. And from now on, I will call them as supercaps. So there are a number of startups around the country. So you can store a large amount of energy due to the very large electrode surface area. You can store 10 to 100 times more energy per unit volume. And CAP-XX is one company in Australia, so they actually build very small footprint supercaps. And so this can run, for example, a network sensor node without the need for any battery. Because small vibrations in Earth would actually use a harvesting system to actually store these caps. It is very instructive to take a look at this chart. So this is called a regular plot, and we can actually classify based on specific power versus specific energy supercaps compared to, for example, batteries and fuel cells. So some school of thought describes supercaps as actually symmetric or asymmetric, and then the asymmetric ones are becoming very closer, similar to batteries. Okay. Now, sustainable battery manufacturing and innovation needs few things. So, new battery and supercapacitor materials by design. So this is in progress. So we have different types of chemistries and different types of materials and formats, nano-architectures involved. The new material needs to enable lithium-ion diffusion into and out of the host with increased electrode surface area, so you can have more reactions taking place at the same time. In cases, we want the material to exhibit both Faradaic and non-Faradaic capacity, and so I'll explain that a little bit more with an example shortly. So this is important, continue R&D cycles and sustain innovation. So once you make a battery, you are not done. you need to continuously evolve from there, add on to the innovation so you can have more customer attraction, so customers will be kept interested in this. Energy policies and availability of materials is becoming more important. China will now send rare earth metals and lithium less and less outside because they would like to use it themselves. They have huge battery companies over there. And of course, recycling technologies are becoming very, very important as well. Okay. So I have a few materials designs, okay, marked. This is example number 1 over here. So this is a pillar graphene nanostructure, theorized in 2008. First practical application in 2009 and 2010. So publications, okay, so continued actually until 2022. So from the first publication, patents issued in 2018 and 2019. So papers were published in a time of 6 months to a year. It took about 8 to 9 years for the patents. So this structure enables graphene and carbon nanotubes integrated into a system. So it can actually enable high conductivity applications for batteries. So first I'm going to mention a few things about the supercap applications for this material, and later I'll show you also the battery application too. So we can grow these using conventional chemical vapor deposition on commercial roll-to-roll materials, and then we can do a process to arrive at a structure like this. You are going to have the 2D material, the graphene, and then also carbon nanotubes that are embedded come in the structure as well. So schematically, we have something like this. So this serves as a very high performance electrode for both supercaps, and when we actually further process these in this way, it also serves as an electrode and anode for batteries. Okay, so it is very important to understand the structure of a new material like this, and on top of the synthesized architecture, we can add a few more extras. So those extras here, for example, manganese oxide nanowires or nanoribbons. So you are adding on the specific capacity of the system, and then you are improving the overall performance in this way. So let me show you a couple of slides on measurements on what we do. So you can actually build a supercap very easily. Okay, we have different fixtures, and we can build this on a standalone device as well. So we can do what we call current density voltage measurements, and then we can take a look at the shape of the profile, so when you cycle these systems. And then this can show us a lot of different things about the performance. For example, this window is almost looking the same, the rectangular feature, so it shows basically an excellent reversibility and electrochemical stability of the device. Few more interesting measurements include the specific capacitance versus current density. For a system like this, we went over 1,000 farads per gram. So this is a very high specific capacitance. And then you can see a lot of very interesting features like this. Your capacitance shooting over 100% and then stabilizing back, because there are pores in between the structure that they utilized over time, so that it will stabilize back. Okay, so if you are in the field, this is an important slide because there are two different mechanisms of charge storage. So one is essentially, so both don't high, and I'm talking about this, so actually lithium ions go inside and out of a host. So this process is called intercalation. Going in is intercalation, going outside is deintercalation. So that process itself is a mechanism of charge storage. And then the second mechanism is surface absorption of lithium ions, in this case, the manganese oxide nanowires. Okay, so that is the essence from this slide. So this next one is the last one, kind of supercaps. So here we took the same architecture and we used this time actually an organic electrolyte so that we can increase the specific voltage window. So going from 1.6 volts up to about 2.8 volts, I mean this one. And this still has more room to grow and progress into even a higher performance system, because on this one we can also add these, for example, manganese oxide nanowires as well. All right. So when we take a look at EVs, the leading battery technology is still expected to be lithium-based for the foreseeable future, and they are a major driver for the demand for lithium-ion batteries. This is the US, the top, and in China, and then this is Europe, so large shares of the market, and more EVs are coming up. For a long time, Mercedes-Benz stayed on as a gasoline and diesel-only company, and 5 years ago they made an agreement with Farasis, and now they have the EQ series EV out in the market this year, and they're going to start producing in larger numbers next year. Okay, so this one and the next slide are very interesting in terms of the price and range parity. So some 6 years ago, Bloomberg forecasted actually the price of EVs to actually becoming more reasonable and becoming similar to gasoline cars. Here, the yellow line is for internal combustion engines. You'll see a slight increase. It's not exactly flat because over time, because of the inflation, there's increase in price. But what happens is when you take a look at the cost of the battery, that cost has been declining until 2020, COVID time. The rest of the vehicle cost seems to be the same. Now, 2017 to 2021, okay. The picture has become more complicated. The previous projections didn't hold because what happened is higher battery material prices, changing vehicle efficiency assumptions, and worldwide political matters. So all of those lead to different supply chain issues. So there's a little bit more complicated picture with these estimates. But still, even Bloomberg believes that, EVs will reach price parity no matter what by 2028, and then in the most optimistic scenario within 2 years, and actually then EVs will become cheaper and cheaper by then. All right. Some commercial battery chemistries, so most widely used ones are here, NMC and NCA. Tesla is very fond of those. Some models overseas, they use actually LFP. So the different acronyms are based on the different minerals that the cathode is composed of. So some numbers I captured here. So production of cathode materials in 2016, 180,000 tons. In 2025, can grow over 400,000 tons actually. So this is a huge jump. So you're going to be more mining. It's going to be negatively impacting the carbon emissions. So we have seen those topics in the first session. But so then we'll have to actually find more ways to recycle the batteries. Okay. This is a very important paper, so the link is here. If you are interested in it, I can send it to you by email. So this is about dynamic material flow analysis. So it's the forecast of the EV market to 2050. So the International Energy Agency, so follow the pointer, this is a busy slide. The International Energy Agency has 2 scenarios. One is the stated policy scenario, the other one is the sustainable development scenario. So those are the dashed lines that are indicating the potential number of EVs on the road by 2030 and 2050. So, the authors have taken that analysis and further deepened the analysis and added dynamic material flow into it. So they came up with two scenarios with estimates of so the green full line, the step scenario, EV stock will increase by a factor of 72 to 1 billion EVs in 2050. The second scenario is even steeper, by 2 billion EVs in 2050. So this is a huge number. So it makes you think of the following. Do we have the charging infrastructure for this? The answer is no at the moment, but it is coming. All right. The second part of this article points to actually recycling, and recycling has the potential to reduce about 25% of the cumulative new material demand until 2050. Actually, recycling is becoming even more important. Those elements that are in boxes, so with the different techniques like smelting, leaching, and direct recycling, so which means that you are going to open up the battery, pick the things one by one. It's very costly and actually not very, very safe. But there are about over 80 startups for actually recycling, and they are becoming more profitable to recycle the batteries. Okay. So this is back in 2019, a DOE estimate of the battery price. It is measured per kilowatt hours, dropping down to about 80 kilowatt hours by 2028-2029 time frame. So we'll see if this really holds, because of the ever-changing inflation scenarios and the supply chain issues. But as the previous speaker mentioned as well, we have these major technologies that are being sought. The graphite is your common anode material, and silicon. Now we are in the time of silicon, so silicon is coming up big time, and then shortly after we expect the lithium metal and the sulfur technologies to actually become more prominent. This is an interesting chart. Actually, this shows different countries. So where do they stay as far as energy density versus year? So over here is actually the roadmap for China. So by 2020, almost there, about 300 watt-hour per kilo, which can be resilient up to about 1,500 cycles. So major players in cattle, Kodion, Nishan, and Cal. The USA Battery 500 Consortium actually is configuring itself to about 500 watt-hours per kilo, and I think they are now at the border of 390 to 400, and now they are talking about the USA Battery 1,000 watt-hour per kilo to be established shortly. All right, and Japan is over here. They are aiming themselves to about 500 in the 2025 to 2027 time range or so. All right, some of the major players in the field: Cattle, LG Chem, BYD. In Turkey, BYD has many EVs on the road I have seen. They provide batteries to different car manufacturers, and Cattle by far is the largest. LG Chem is the second largest, and so forth. And Tesla's over here. Again, the EV supply chain issues are significant. So those materials, so we are going to be very, very badly within the 15 to 20 years ahead. Okay. So if you take a look at potential, this is potential relative to lithium versus specific capacitance. So carbon is actually one of the poorest materials, but it's so easy to use. So the major anode material is still carbon or graphite. And so we have a major contender, but actually is now currently in use in controlled quantities, silicon. So silicon is about 10 times the specific capacity. So there's plenty of silicon on Earth, so we have a shortage. The processing is very important, but more importantly, how it behaves when you actually add a silicon to the cathode. So volume change is key. So silicon, when lithium ions enter the crystal, they can expand up to, some say 300%, some say 400%, depends on the different experiments that they do. So what happens is, silicon becomes enlarged, and then when silicon has the lithium leave, like deintercalation, then you're going to have actually some detrimental effects. So this gibberish, boundary is called the SEI layer. And every time you expand and contract silicon, the SEI layer becomes thicker and thicker, and after a while it limits conductivity. So actually, it turns out that few experiments have verified this independently. So what's more important is silicon can fracture. But if you make the particle size 150 nanometers or less, then actually they remain intact. So this is actually key. Make the particles small, and then you can add more into the anode. Now, how much we are adding? And that's here at the top. So closely held trade secrets, seriously. So nobody knows for sure. In 2018, Tesla had about maybe 10 to 15% of the anode. We tried opening up several cells ourselves, so we wanted to see how much silicon was there. The Farasis, Daimler, Mercedes EQ series, so they are, rumors say, about 20 to 25% silicon in the anode.
5 minutes left.
Fine. Substantially increases the capacity. All right. So let me skip this one because I mentioned everything in there. So these are a few select silicon-based materials in the group. So this is a carbon-coated silicon nanofiber fabric, monodispersed as silicon. These are not very classical technologies actually, but the patents just got issued this year and last year. So many of these. We have about 25 patents issued in the last 2 years on this one. This is silicon anode based on the bead sand. So you take the bead sand and then you can actually process it. And this is that previous pillar, graphene material. It can be with thin silicon coat on top, and then it can give us a new material as well. I'm going to talk about the waste glass, actually waste plastic separately, so let me skip that. So in this case, you can take this pillar material and then you can do actually a different process. So you can do some kind of a deposition and then pull some of these together like trees. So you can have actually electrolyte access very, very easily done. So that way, we have seen actually the capacity actually staying close to about 2,000 mAh per gram at the beginning. But one of the most important things, we were able to charge and discharge the battery at about 8 C. So C, as the number gets larger, so the battery charges and discharges very, very fast. Okay. This is the beach sand. So what we do, we take the material and then we actually do what we call a magnetothermic reduction. Again, this is now a classical technology, actually. And then we add some sodium chloride so that we keep the temperature low so that it doesn't get melt. So we obtain a highly nanoporous silicon in space. So these are actual microscopy images. And we do a thin carbon coat. This is actually an electrospun fabric. So you obtain basically a cloth of this, and then we can later do a magnesium reduction and carbonization to obtain actually a very nice fabric anode similar. So we can test these to thousands of cycles, and then actually very, very surprisingly, we tested at a rate of C/2, which is quite fast. So you may wonder how fast you are charging a Tesla. C/5, C/8, and then C/2 is actually much faster. All right. This was the flagship a silicon work. So actually this is a silicon carbon composite. So the micro nanostructure was similar, but actually the performance was spectacular. I mean, this was over 2,000 mAh per gram at the very beginning, and then maintains a large value when you go to hundreds of cycles, actually. And the patent for this just came up last year. And so it was a very steep fight with the patent office. Okay, so this is, polyethylene terephthalate, your plastic bottle. So this plastic here. So you have lots of plastic pollution problems. So we thought one way to actually deal with this, turn this into actually a nice anode material. So we dissolve this, and then we can further process. Now we're gonna turn this into, so you clip the bottle into pieces, dissolve it. And so we are gonna now do the process. So we are going to subject this to electrospinning. And this work was featured by the US National Academy of Engineering, actually. So the processing is actually quite simple, and what we do, so we can obtain a fabric like this, the electrospinning, and then you can take this and section it into pieces to process. All right. So after this is done, our student, I'm actually now turn this into a battery, and then make it work.
Time is over, hocam. Time is over.
What was it?
Time is over, the time.
Time is over, okay. Let me show you one final slide then. Okay, so this, okay. So we have a startup called Sulfuron. This is my final slide. And so Sulfuron is based on the technology developed at UCR. We are looking into actually a solid-state battery based on sulfur and silicon to begin with, and then lithium metal later. We believe we are positioned very well, and compared to R&D work for the contenders, we already have investors and customers for the company. So stay tuned or contact me, tell me if you like. And then, so let me acknowledge the group. So over the years, so many students have worked on a number of different things. So over 70 PhDs and master's graduates. So our students work for Tesla, for cattle. So some students went back. Some work for Lighten, Innovate, and Prius. All right, and then I would like to acknowledge the funding agencies, and we had a lot of funding from the industry, actually. So without them, this work wouldn't be possible. Okay, a few technical difficulties, so sorry about that, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay. Do you have any questions? Please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm from Gaziantep University, Professor Mendel Şarkındoğlu. I'm wondering whether you stopped your research on plastics and passed to sulfur. What happened to the plastics? Because it is a very important step, I think, because we are producing waste plastics. If we can use plastics as raw material for something else, symbiosis, but I mean as an industrial way, it will be interesting because it is towards the end of your talk you stopped really you stopped your study on plastics, or are you going to continue? Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, I will explain. There's a big interest where our campus is. So it's called the Inland Empire, and they would like to showcase, for example, recycling. But in this case, when you use plastics for this purpose, it's called upcycling. So you are changing its format. You are taking the plastic, dissolving it. Now it becomes a liquid, the polymer, and then you can electrospin it into fibers. If you imagine the amount of plastic waste among the planet, it's actually huge. So in the ocean now, they talk about actually dissolved plastic that's actually impacting the genome directly. So this is one way of dealing with the problem. There's definitely big interest on this. Things to work on include, for example, the performance of the devices. But it is one of the things under the radar, and we are going to continue working on this.
Okay, I am now stopping here because now it is time to get some energy. Okay. Thank you very much.
And now I have the honor of inviting our session chair, Professor Arif Hepbaşlı and Professor Dongay Wang to the stage. Our esteemed guests, let's express our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Arif Hepbaşlı, Professor Dongay Wang, and Professor Cengiz Özkan for their enlightening key talks. Their insights have been invaluable to our event. Now I have the honor of inviting our symposium chair, Professor Mehmet Ziya Söğüt, to the stage to present a plaque as a token of appreciation for their exceptional contributions. Please join me in extending our sincere thanks to Professor Arif Hepbaşlı, Professor Dr. Wang, and Professor Cengiz Özkan for and our esteemed symposium chair for their remarkable presence and contributions. As they graciously leave their stage, let's show us our appreciation with a round of applause. Dear attendees, it's time for our lunch break, and please enjoy your lunch, and we will look forward to your participation into upcoming sessions. Thank you.